Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, January the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you. Somebody in our YouTube room already. Thank you. And thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and see my screen. So what is happening this morning? I know you guys have been watching the LCFY. Yeah, I think a break. I wonder if this could be today's. What was the one from yesterday? The started with an S. SPHL, maybe today's SPHL. LCFY, you can kind of see on the weekly chart, could be a lot of resistance around the 760 to 770 mark. What did it get up to? Got up to 743. If I can take that out, then, and again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but $14 is the next high in the weekly chart. So low float, had some news. Company announced it, excuse me, expanded its partnership with experience.com. Okay, so there's your news. VETO. Okay, VETO. In our YouTube room. VERO, VERO, VERO. Looking for some okay, Venus concept holder Madryn Asset Management raises their stake to 91%. So they basically discussed the company's board of directors' desire for the company to reduce operational costs, including the potential delisting. Okay, well, that's the news today for VERO, VERO. JFBR. Let's see, trading higher after the company announced its subsidiary KeepZone AI entered into. Okay, so all I'm doing, I'm just looking to see whether or not there's any news at all on some of these little ones. Okay, it's not so much what the news is, unless it had NVDA something in there in the press release. It's an AI play, JFBR. Yes, ROLR. I'm just going to mention that one. ROLR signs a letter of intent with LGM to enter marketing partnership. Okay. Leverage Game Media, because I think they're a private company. Moderna had some news. mRNA. I guess they were some kind of a patent dispute with ABUS in Europe. So ABUS, Arbutus, falls as patent dispute with Moderna hits European Union snag. Okay. And this one just kind of popped in. I don't know if it held its gains. Not really. Well, okay. SHPH. SHPH. Trying to see if there's any news in this. Don't see any news today on it. SHPH. So just taking a quick look at some of the high flyers from yesterday, and most of them are giving it up. CJMB. There's the MLEC. The BNKK. These were all flying yesterday. SEGG, okay, SEGG, another lottery. So a lot of these gambling sites. Of course, after the what was it? How was ANPA doing? KALA is it had a pop and then the drop. Okay, so this is one under $1. KALA. So those of you who don't mind looking at stocks under $1, this one is up 14%. How much volume? A little bit of volume coming in now. And that's KALA. TNMG. Let's take a look at this one. This is what I've seen for a lot of the stocks this morning. Big pops and then the big drop, and underneath the VWAP. So doesn't give you a lot of confidence. That's why the LCY, where are you? The LCFY, at least it hasn't had the big drop. It's still over the VWAP. Yeah, BNAI. Yeah, big pop now. Showing up right there now, BNAI. Next high looking left is 848 or so on the weekly chart. Don't see any specific news on it. I keep delaying in case something pops into my news feed in Interactive Brokers. I don't see any. OCG did a split. Okay. So how much is it now? Okay. So they must have done about a 2,500 to 1 or 3,000. OCG. So yeah, what was the ratio? 220 to 1. Okay. 220 to 1. So that was the ratio. And she's popping. I don't know. You're talking to me at 161? Well, I'm not in any trades right now. And basically what happens is, I'm going to be, I'll be paying attention to the AI, RAI on reentries. I'm going to point it out. People can take the trade if they want. And I'm going to point out certain trades that I really like in the Williams scanner. You're going to, but as far as posting them, by the time I post them, it could be too late. So I'm afraid no, unless you're just looking at like to see what happened afterwards. SVRE. The fact that you can't stay in here, that's it's a little bit of a. It's not going to help too much. LAR guys, it's a lithium play. Okay, LAR moving down. Okay, BNAI. Did you hold your game? Yes, actually. No, you did not. See, look at that. 817, right back down to 690, just like that. I don't see any news on this one. Not today, anyway. Always, this one has never had like what I would call an atrocious spread, the ROLR. I mean, this is not right now. I mean, the spread is not bad for a stock that could be really, really moving. It can widen, of course, but reverse split. Yeah, Brawley was a reverse split. One for 220, reverse split for OCG. So let's put it in some kind of context. So that's like 1.6 cents. Okay. That's 1.6 cents really. It is. Well, it's up 61%. I mean, it is truly up 61%. So that float now, I'm surprised our provider has not accounted for it yet. Is yeah, so the float right now is 1.7 million. Just divide the 380 by 220. All right, guys, let's see. Market was up yesterday. Everything was up yesterday. So I just want to take a look at what was the one that was underneath the 200-day moving average? I don't know if there's anything now underneath. Utilities are moving away. Of course, we have consumer staples, which is now, yeah, definitely moving away from that 200-day moving average. Question about floats, small versus large. Well, if it has a small float, low float, if it has any news or perception of news, it's going to, these are the stocks that can just rip. VERO with 1.7 million in the float. The only reason it can be up 300%, I don't even see any news on it, but is because of the float. Okay. I mean, that's as simple as that, really. Large float stocks typically do not, you're not going to get a 300% move in Apple or Microsoft. It's really that simple. The other, LCFY, the same thing, 1.4 million in the float, 87%. You're not going to get giant percentage moves typically on stocks with large floats. Silver, guys, silver is still weakening a little bit, actually, but look at the day it had yesterday. I mean, I wouldn't call that weak. I mean, it got down to 80 and then it came back up to 83. So I was basically flat yesterday, a little bit below the previous day's close, but sounds like you just want to have large cap stocks then, Vito. I mean, what's a large enough float? I don't know. 50 million, 100 million. It really depends on the stock. If you want to stay away from low float stocks, maybe put a minimum of 20 million in the float minimum, maybe 50 million. I've got my large cap race, that I've shared. Those are it. It's more of market cap than float, but typically if you multiply the float by the price, you're going to get it has to be over half a million or half a billion. Sounds like you don't want to look at the low floaters, and that's fine. Well, if you like low floats, okay. I don't understand your questions then. Anything, I mean, look, Vero, there's no news on this one that I can see. So we can call anything that's up 300% a pump and dump, okay? I mean, I shouldn't say that. There was some news on it, but I mean, should it be up 300% based on that news? Probably not, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's groups somewhere in the world have got a hold of this and, look at the volume, 99 million. So is it a pump and dump? Probably. Well, we could watch on Tuesday, Monday market holiday, but on a Tuesday, we could see Vero being one of the ones just collapsing. Oh, I'll trade anything. I don't as long as I mean, you mean it was floats under 1,000,000? Sure. As long as it's, the spread isn't bad and there's a lot of volume. But I have to admit, I've been concentrating more on well, that Williams scan, which is, minimum float at 10,000,000. Well, you've gotta play I mean, you have to have a stop, Frito-Lay. I mean, you have to have a stop. You know, if you're in this one now, where's your stop? Where are you gonna get out if it's not working? Okay? I don't have it up and running yet, Vito, Williams scan. What time is it now? 9:16? Yeah, 9:30, about 5 minutes from now, I'll get my 9:30 layout up and running. So, I mean, I have no idea. You're asking me, "Can you hold this for a few hours?" Well, first of all, where is your stop? Where are you gonna get out if it's not working? I don't know where you're in this one. I would be a little, you know, it got 8:17 and it came back down to just under 6 or under 7. But where is your stop? Yeah, I mean, I've got a price alert on this one. I mean, it may not happen, but, you know, if you look at the weekly chart, that, 760 to 770 mark, you know, if it can take it out on a lot of volume, then you look at the weekly chart and it certainly has room. Not saying it's going to get there. Here's the VWAP, as Ovi is saying. It's riding the VWAP. Stock out of Australia. Now, look at this now. OCG down from the highs. Yeah. Let me just, I don't have it up and running yet. Okay. You'll see it. Now, I have a delay on it for 15 minutes. I'm not going to get any alerts until 15, but that's by design. It's very, very active. Actually, it's not. It's okay. Here it is. Okay. Must be this one. I think that has the sound taken out of it, okay? Now, if you hear a like a baseball bat over and over again, then it's just that's the sound alert. You can always delete it. But I think I saved this one without the sound. Now remember, you're not gonna get any alerts until for that one, you're not gonna get any alerts until at least 9:45. That is what I've done. You don't have to do the same thing. You want to take that out, but I'll tell you, you'll get a lot of alerts starting at 9:30. You might be inundated. You're still gonna it's still very, very active all day long. I think this afternoon when the after the market closes, I'm going to try to revise it a bit. I'm going to see how active it is today. It's going to be very active though. Okay, guys. So with the BNAI, let's see. Not often, Faith. How often do I trade? Not often. Again, I I always have to say my time zone doesn't really help. Okay, I'm in Vancouver, Canada, so uh, it doesn't help. If I were in the East Coast, I'd probably do a lot more pre-market trading. So it's not often. It's not that I'm not against it, but it has to really it has to be some kind of a late breaker one, like because I'm not really looking at the market till about 8:30. All right, guys, 9:22. So what I'm going to do now is get my 9:30 layout up and running. Okay, guys. So this is my 9:30 layout. This race will not start until 9:30. Not necessarily will you get anything in here. What's the market doing? So the market's mildly positive right now. Okay. Okay, so these are the top six from that list I had earlier. These are the top six. Have I talked about them all? I think so. Well, you know what? I discount JAGX. It's just I don't like it. Jeez, BIYA, Baya International. What ETF? Well, I mean, silver. I mean, you want to, there's an ETF for silver. I mean, most of them will attract the pre-market. Okay. I mean, gold, silver, SMH. I mean, there's many, virtually all of them. Avito. Okay. Here's SMH, energy sector, XLE. They all track the pre-market. Another press release from SMX announces opening of Kraken account as part of board approved treasury strategy. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just looking to see if anything else has snuck into the top 6 here. So Vito, I mean, look, if you want, you know, I've pointed this out a few times, I think. Well, not I think, I know. But if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then these are all the theme-based channels, and click on the show more, go down to sector status, okay? And the only thing you have to do, which is when you go up to the sectors, you have to right-click in the sectors and go to time frame and click on live always. So this is telling you, here are your sectors, okay? So the top sector right now is SMH, the nukes, NLR. Worst sector right now is silver, SLV. Okay, so the answer to your question is yeah. You can go to this channel and you can see right here. Here are the ones that are moving in the pre-market. In XLE, the ones that are down. So 85% are up. So you know you want to do that every day. Go ahead. If you want to track the ETFs in the pre-market and all day long. So the ROLR trying to hold the VWAP. And what's the volume? My great volume, low float. Okay, how's this LCFY doing? You know, I mean, it's holding the VWAP. It's the best we can say about it right now. It's sitting right on top of the VWAP. The trend is, you know, obviously getting a little bit weak. You know, a little orange line there, but it's holding the VWAP, sitting right on top of it. We'll have to see what happens when the market opens, or 9:30. All right, guys, we are now 40 seconds from 9:30. So let's have a great end to this trading week. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Five, four, three, two, presto. Okay, guys, we're no data yet because no stocks have met the filter requirements in here. Boy, pretty slow start. Well, look at us. Okay, now, guys, look at LCFY. You see how it's, you know, it's just poking its head just underneath that the VWAP. This is not shortable for me, so I can't. But you know, it's hanging around the VWAP area. Now it's popping above. You know, it's hanging around the VWAP area, and that's the LCFY. Sorry. And here it is, right there, right there. Rocket, RKT. Look at Rocket on the move here, guys. RKT on the move. Now, will it sustain that move? I don't see any news on it. There's the ONDS. Next high looking left. Well, it's 2 days ago, or yesterday, sorry. Yesterday, the high was 1407. So there's a high right there of yesterday. And if it can crack that, 1450. Okay, now the BNAI is starting to move down. And and also the well, here's VERO. Okay, let's take a look at VERO. Will this be the one today? VERO. 106 million have traded already. 94 times normal, 9,400 times normal volume up to this time of day. Oop. Well, goodbye, LC. Hopefully nobody's in this one, trapped in this. LCFY just got halted on the way down. That doesn't mean it's going to continue down, but let's take a look at it on now this blue screen I'm showing here, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the stock price, LC, or the symbol, LCFY, the halt price at 530, and potential open. So it doesn't look good right now. Doesn't mean it's over completely, but not a good opening sign anyway. Well, this had a good day yesterday. Planet Labs. I think this is an all-time high. Yeah, PL all-time high. Had a good day yesterday. Taking out yesterday's high now. I don't think I had. I don't think I have shorts for VERO. Wow, Stratasys had a big day yesterday, guys, and initially it popped above yesterday's high, but now it's right at the close of yesterday. This is SSYS. Okay, right at the close of yesterday now. What a nice trade yesterday for the Galaxy GLXY. Didn't quite close at the high, but it's now above. It's right at well, a little bit above yesterday's close. That's GLXY. Market initially, what time is it now? 9:34. So this is my 5 minute bar. So that's the closing of the bar. So it was positive to start anyway. Morning, Brian. DraftKings, actually interesting, moving down. DraftKings moving down. DKNG moving down. Intel pop drop. Now this one from yesterday. This was just a actually it wasn't this one. It was another couple that started with C. But critical minerals, so moving down. Down 8% now. No real action in the pre-market. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it. They're scheduling a business update call. At what time? Provide a business update call at 8 oh, Thursday, next week, okay. All right, guys, Zeta, ZETA. Whoa, look at this one dropping, sinking. Underneath the whole number now, 21, underneath that whole number of 21. Next low looking left is 1944, so there's certainly room, but it's too early for me. And remember, guys, all I'm going to do with the AI, I'm just looking at the re-entry prices, okay? That's all I'm looking for. So if you have the AI, I'm not saying you do have to do the same thing, but I'm just going to wait to see if there's any stocks that have a re-entry. That's the only trades I'll take. I mean, I'll absolutely take the trade, but I'm not going to take, I'm only going to wait to see if a stock has a re-entry. Okay, LCFY just don't now. So it was halted at 5:30. So at least it opened at 5:30. So it didn't have the big so that sort of prediction of five. So it did not do that. Getting right back into the VWAP, okay? The VWAP is 575-ish right there. Okay. So it's getting right back into the VWAP. That's the LCFY. So there's a battle right now at right at the VWAP area, LCFY. Here's a pretty big area, I think, around the 620 area. I'm just looking at my 2-minute chart. This is all in the pre-market, of course, most of that. But you can kind of see a bunch of tops right there at around 620. If it takes 620 out, it might have a run. And of course, the high in the pre-market was up here. Actually, where was it? It was at right there, around 732. Key area to take out, though, on that weekly chart, if it wants to, right there. Okay, guys, I mean, it's right at these highs now. Rejected. You can see all these little tops. This 2-minute chart. We'll leave it on a 5-minute chart. Look at a 5-minute chart. We got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the current bar, seven attempts at around that 620 mark. Like a game of chicken right now. Okay, we're right between that 620 area and the VWAP, sort of right in between. Take a look at the volume of this one. So I'm looking at the volume here. Okay, I'm wanting to see, can it pick up? Can it get back to these levels in the pre-market? Now look at this. I mean, now it's starting to really drop and it's getting below those lows. So, that's why I wait. If I were going to take this one, it had to take out 620. I mean, it still could still have the in fact, I better reset the price alert in that area and see if it does it later on. All right, guys. Let's see now. I'm looking at Bitcoin 95,000. I'm seeing Riot. Yeah, Riot is making a little move here. Probably Riot and Mara doing the same thing. I wonder if this could be the one. I mean, this is a sneaky one, perhaps. BIYA. It's halted. The VWAP's up here around. Well, yeah, it's going to have to get through that. Fly's having a bit of a good day here, guys. FLY. It's right at the VWAP, just underneath the VWAP right now. FLY. So now look what happened with DraftKings. Well, I shouldn't say. I thought it had a bit of a pop, but not really. Just a minor pop. DKNG. Very weak. Morgan Stanley maintained coverage, raising the price target from 50 to 53. Another headline I'm seeing. Okay, so they raised the price target to 53 from 50, even though it's sinking today for some reason. All right, we are now 9:45. So, we're going to start getting some alerts in the Williams scan, for me anyway. There's Planet Labs, PL, guys. PL, all-time high, PL. Yes. PL, guys, PL. Can I say it again? PL. And this is what I'm talking about, okay? PL, over and over and over again. No idea, Brian. No idea if it'll squeeze. No idea. Sorry. I mean, I'm not trying to be flip, but I mean, I mean, being AI, I mean, what is it doing right now? I mean, it's sitting right on the VWAP, and it's not. You're right. It's a high short float, so it has a possibility, but I don't know for sure. Oh boy, PL. That was a nice right from the scan, right from the scan. Okay, so this is obviously a silver play. Okay, SVM. Before I would take this, let's take a look at what silver is doing. Silver was weak this morning. Is it recovering? Yes, it's putting a little bit of a recovery. Okay. Mentioned fly a little earlier. So we have some AI alerts, but nothing has hit their entry price. So I'm not interested. Quadruple U. Let's see. Energy fuel. So this is I wouldn't take this because I'm looking at the next high. For me, it's too close. The next high looking left, yesterday's high, is just too close. Planet Labs, my goodness. Wow. I mean, there is I mean, this scan, the Williams scan, as I call it, I mean, it goes against everything I used to do, which would not be, I'd be waiting for maybe little pullbacks on some of these, but these are just right from even waiting 15 minutes. And what I'm talking about here, I'm not getting any alerts until 9:45. Okay, that's by design. And so even though I waited 15 minutes on the PL or to get any alerts, they're just some of these, right off the bat, just rip. But it's still within my guidelines. I'm not trading in the first 15 minutes, so I don't feel like I'm breaking any. And the nice thing I find about it is it's not like the market has to really help. I mean, the market is just really doing nothing. It's not like the market is racing higher. Challenge is, of course, you get a lot of alerts. Yeah, I see. I missed out on the SMCI. I mean, the PL though but I missed out on the SMCI. Had the alert at 3093 right off the bat, but I didn't get this one. 3093, 3134 now. Man, I mean, I just, I'm lucky enough to be in the PL, but there's so many. I mean, there's so many. They're just, racing higher, 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 higher. So when you say over 10 minutes, what do you mean by that? You mean holding it for 10 minutes? SKM? Okay. And then dumping, getting out. Of course, you wouldn't do that if it was still working, but that's how you back tested it. Now, remember ONS was up, and now it is. Hmm. I lost my chart data, guys. Anybody else? Let me just do a. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh man, that's two monsters right off the bat. Well, from even waiting 15 minutes. Okay, SMCI. Look at that move. Wow. Geez, I'm going to have to do a reset or something. Is on shortable for me. Probably a little late now, but the answer is yes. Oh, tons of shares available. Boy, is there news on SMCI or is just an AI play and that's it? All right, BWIN. Now, is this interesting? Yes, it is kind of interesting, guys. So the high yesterday was 27. Not a ton of volume. Not a ton of volume. Not like the other ones. Not like the other ones. Yeah, well, I wish I were in it. I wish I. It's making the Planet Labs look really puny. Straight up, straight up. Now, at some point, there were a lot of shares available for me to short. At some point, you're going to think that maybe it'll run out of steam. I mean, so look at this on the 2 minute. 2 minute. I talk about the trade wave a lot. Look how what I like to see is the bottom of the bars at least keeping in contact with the top of the wave. You can see right there. So that to me is a sign that well, obviously it's gone a little parabolic. That's a sign that there's some profit taking probably. Still not an orange bar though on the 1 minute. Okay, so that's the only thing. All right, now we have a reentry. KOPN. There were two reentries yesterday. One basically did nothing. The other one that I just didn't see it. Did really well. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. Well, great volume. It's a big float. Talking about the KOPN. Any news on this one? Had some news yesterday showcasing their advanced micro display. Come on. Hmm. I'm having a lag. I'm trying to get my news up. Shoot, that was a nice one from the scan on the short side, the BRZE. So the other reason why I wouldn't take well, you can't see the symbol, but it is BWIN. Look at the spread, 2602, 2633. So I have no interest in it, even though it's showing up on the scan. Okay, here's a China stock that is dropping, BILI, Billy. Let's take a look at KWeb, though. I want to see what KWeb is doing. If it's, yeah, so China's probably most China stocks are weak, including Billy, BILI. Oh, shoot, I think I missed it. SGML. Um, Keep an eye on SGML, guys. I mean, it's got a lot of room. Obviously, it got hit for some reason. Maybe lithium plays are not in vogue today. Trading lower. Reports yesterday suggested that Brazil shut down the company's. So this specific lithium play, shutting down the company's waste piles due to safety concerns. Okay, so that is SGML, but it's trying to bounce. Well, do you not have a daily chart up? You can. I mean, not. I'll show you, but I mean, there it is right there. 3204 is the next high. Can you not see that? That's what we have anyway. The next high is 3204, not 3250. That's on our chart anyway. Okay. Well, Dragon, you asked what is the next resistance on the daily chart? It won't matter. That's the daily high. It doesn't matter if it's a bar chart or a candlestick chart. It shouldn't anyway. 32 is the high of the day based on a bar chart candle. It shouldn't matter. I mean, I'll be surprised if it does. I mean, it shouldn't matter. I mean, the candlestick is bar chart of the candle will have the same high of the day, unless I'm completely wrong. All right, guys. Well, I missed out on the big one, the SMCI, and I'm out of the PL. Did okay on it. I'm going to watch it later on to see. It looks like it's kind of sinking with the market. Okay, it is being affected by the market, I guess, to a certain extent. But SMCI, see, this is a classic alpha play, guys. Here's the market doing this, SMCI doing this. It doesn't care right now, anyway, about what the market is doing. There's a high right there of 3204. So that high right there, yeah, well, we just talked about it. 3087. So that's okay. 3191. So that 3204. So on the daily chart, the next high is 3124. Sorry, no, can't be. 3286. So yeah, I mean, it's right there. I mean, it's right there. I mean, it's just, I don't see any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Wow. Nonstop. Yeah, nonstop. I mean, had the little pullback, minor little pullback. Unusual option activities. Let's take a look. I wonder why. Just give me a moment, okay? Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. Back. All right, guys. Wow, it's 10:05. Tell you that the William scan keeps me on my toes. That's for sure. Okay, so I'm going to go over my homepage, and we do have a promo on right now for 22% off. Okay, so let me bring up my homepage right now. It's not on my page. No, I may add it. It's not on my page, but I can give it to you. Okay, very active. Just to I'm probably when the market closes today, I'm going to take a look at it and maybe add some filters to make it not quite as active. Okay. But if you want it, here it is. Okay, this is the right there. Share it. Okay, here it is, right there. Okay, but it's very active right now. I warn you, very active. Okay, guys, I've put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage, you're going to see we have a 22% off right now of all the plans. Okay, so 22% off the first month only of a standard or premium subscription. 22% off, of course, an annual standard or annual premium subscription. Okay, but remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, which is fine, you will get 22% off the first month only. Please listen carefully. I cannot believe how many emails we get. How come I'm being charged more? It's the first month only. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. It'll help to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and also the trading room. Okay, the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now and you want to come into a more active trading room, here it is. This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't open YouTube till about 8:30. And the reason I don't open early is Obi opens the trading room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, which would be 3:45 my time in Vancouver. So that's why I don't do it. But thank you very much to Obi who does it. Now I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But William has been keeping this room, the trading room, open after I do leave. It's up to him. He doesn't have to. Neither does Obi have to open the room. But I do appreciate it. Both of those gentlemen doing what they do. Okay. Now this is a trade. This is a trading room, both, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. And if you keep scrolling down on my homepage, you can get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Next week it'll be Tuesday. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Next, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, scroll down a little bit, get to that education section, and scroll down a little bit more. Getting started with Trade Ideas. This is the mandatory. You must do this first. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, is this something you might want to try? I would start off with that second video and go to the last one. That should give you an idea about whether or not you want to try us. Try us for a month. If you don't like it, just let us know. It's not a month contract is not anything long term. It's just month to month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. All free, 15 videos. Okay. Last, looking for the scans that I'm currently sharing. And as I say, I might add the William scan. Probably I will. I'll get him to do it maybe today. I talk about it enough now. But it's I might want to tinker with it before I do that because it's very active. But here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, this is a race, the large cap gainers. If you want to have something a little more not as volatile, this is a nice race right here. It's a large cap race. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Here's the halts resumes. But I have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. The fact I don't have some of these open doesn't mean they're bad. It just means we're really trying to pare down the number of the information coming at me all day long. Look at Lunar. Lunar ticked me off yesterday. This is the one from the Dusty Williams scan. I don't know what I'm going to call it. I can't call it just that because it won't make any sense to people. So, but this is one I loved yesterday, and it didn't move much, and now it's doing what I wanted it to do yesterday. Okay, guys, I am. I know I've missed a bunch. I know I've missed a bunch. There's a red wire RDW. What do I think about IBRX? Or there's a Stratasys after the big day yesterday. Not bad. I mean, it's over the whole number now. Yeah. I mean, what's the volume? Great volume, 69 million, 29 times normal. Just, is there any news on it? Not that it has to be. Listen, Ahmed, I cannot tell you what an exit should be. Okay. I mean, if you look left on a weekly chart, there's nothing happening. Monthly chart, the next high, you have to have a plan. Like I cannot tell you. I don't know where you're in. Okay. But, as long as the trade is working, there's no specific exit. The next high in the monthly chart, I mean, it's getting very close. Well, it's right at that. So, I mean, I'd be a little, not worried. I don't know if that's maybe too strong a word, but the next high in a monthly chart is 588. As long as it's working. That's why, I constantly say, guys, try using the cloud wave, okay, or the trade wave, helping to keep in trades a lot longer, okay? My issue with it right now, though, as I said earlier, on one stock, you see how it has. I like, if I'm in a trade like this, I like to see that the bottom of the bar is still in touch with the top of the wave, because we're getting a little parabolic now. So you could start to see some selling just based on that. Doesn't mean it's over, though. If I were in this one, I don't know where you're in it, but let's say you're in at 470, and you start to see maybe a little bit of a downturn. Yeah, take some off, but keep in the trade until, just follow the wave. As William said a couple of weeks ago, this is probably the biggest addition, best addition that we've had as a company in a long time, in my opinion. It just gives you a visual representation of, keeping you in trades a lot longer than you ever used to be, probably. Certainly for me. Here's a good example right here, the SMCI. So, right there, I mean, if you're in early, then, right on that little downturn, you can take some off, okay? Because you don't know what's going to happen. But by taking some off, but keeping in the trade, there's no reason to get out of the trade right now. No reason. I mean, it's still working. So how to turn on the trade wave? Okay, so I'll turn it on my daily chart, because I only like the trade wave intraday. You can have it on any time frame you want, but just I'm going to show you what to do. So the first thing is right click on your chart, right click on the chart, and you see where it says use browser interface, that you have to have that checked. If it's already checked, then don't uncheck it, because it's a toggle on and off, okay? So I'm going to check use browser interface, okay? So that's the first thing. Now, the wave is on here, but it probably will not be on for you yet. So first, Brian, I got to make sure that, or anybody else who's listening, that when you right click on the chart, you have the option that says use browser interface, and check it. Again, don't uncheck it. Okay. Just if it's already checked, then leave it alone. And then we'll go on to the next step. Okay. Now the next step is, when you do that, hopefully what you start to see is, you can see the little anchor that I'm pointing at, the little anchor icon. Right to the left of it are the indicators icon. Okay, the indicators icon. or is the indicator's icon. Click on that. And when you do that, trade wave is an option. Okay, so when you click on it, the wave will appear. Now it's a toggle on and off. That's why it disappeared. So I'll click on it again, and then the trade wave will appear. It's a toggle on and off. So let me know if that worked. Okay, and then you should get the wave. Was that yes saying the wave appeared? Okay, so now the wave has appeared. Okay, so you can do the same thing on all your charts. I don't like it on the daily chart because I don't because I like to be able to hover over a bar and see immediately what the highs and lows are. Okay, that's the only reason I don't use it on the other on the higher time frames. You can certainly do it though. So the idea of the wave is, you get into a trade and blue is good, okay, if you're long, and the transition, if it starts to turn orange, that is a sign to maybe it's weakening. That's what the sign is that it's weakening a bit. Now, do you need a wave to show you that? I mean, you can look, but it's just a nice visual presentation. Now, the other thing is, if you want to know more, anybody who's listening to all this, if you want to know more about the trade wave and sort of the theory behind it, if you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar. And you'll see there is a chant. These are all theme-based channels. One of them is called Ripster Rippers. Okay, click on that. When you do that, there's going to be a video that pops up. Okay. Now, if you don't see it, I mean, it showed up on my other monitor. If you only have one monitor, it's possible if you don't see it, it's tucked in behind the channel. Okay. But this is about a 5-minute video, and it'll goes over the theory behind it. Okay. It's all about moving average crosses, EMA, SMA. You can, if you have, if you have some trading experience and you want to create your own wave based on your set of parameters, you can do that. If you click on, but I haven't done a thing. I've just used the default and that's it. But if you can, if you have an idea, because right beside the trade wave, you see these little icons there. You click on it, and here's how you can. Here's how it's a fast EMA, a slow EMA, 8 and 9, etc. Fast EMA, slow EMA, 5 and 12. If you have any, don't ask me about this, okay? Don't ask me. But if you have any trading experience at all with EMAs, and you can even do SMAs in here, you can create your own wave. Okay? But I've just left it. Whatever the default was, I just left it. Okay? Okay. So you have not the, okay, remember now, I'm talking about the icon up here, Brian, AK907, talking about the icon. Can you see the icon? Right beside the anchor, to the left of the anchor. Okay, just click on it. And then trade wave is here, and just click on trade wave, and that'll enact the wave on the chart you're on. Okay. If I click on it now, it's a toggle on and off. So if I click on it now, the wave is going to disappear, you see? So I just go back, click on it again, and the wave will appear again. Okay. It's that simple. Now, for some of you who are listening, depending on the version of trade ideas you're on, okay, for some of you, you may not have that indicator icon, but you may have something that says FX. FX. That's an older version of trade ideas. So if you see FX up there, click on it and you'll get the same idea. You'll when you click on FX, you'll see an option that says trade wave. Well, shoot, I missed out on the IBRX, guys. That was a re-entry. That would have been a beauty. I just have to do something with this, okay? Because it's just too many alerts. It may be something to do with relative volume. This is the don't repeat version, but even so, look how many stocks showed up. This is the don't repeat version of this. So what I mean by that is, so you see Spire over and over again as it made a new high. This was the first alert, 1224. You can see right there. But I'll take a look at it when the market closes today. So as you can see, I'm sort of shy. It's not on purpose. I mean, I'm not down on the low floaters, but I'm just finding that these other ones. I mean, some of them are well. There'll be a minimum of 10 million in the float, so it's not like they're high floats, but there'll be a minimum of 10 million in the float. Yeah, Monday's a holiday. Yeah, but after hours. Okay, what did I say? So after hours today, I'm going to take a look at it. So for next week. All right, guys. Let's see. Now it's 10, almost 10:24. Well, it is 10:24. So this is what I want to do. Try to do this every day at around 10:30. Okay, so here's a re-entry. Just give me a moment. Yeah, so I'm not in love with this one. It could stall right there. The SHPH, it could stall right there. Boy, if it could take that out, though, we'll look at the room. So I'll put a price alert in this area. Okay, this is from our AI. So I'm just going to go over this really quickly, okay? If you have the AI, please have this reentry price column, okay? This is all I'm looking at. I don't care about the original alert. So here was the reentry, which I missed. I mean, I just wasn't paying attention of the IBRX at 478, okay? And it's at 524 now. So if you just waited for reentries. Wow. So gold and silver are taking a hit here, guys. I can tell. Gold and silver are taking a hit. How can I tell? Because I'm getting look at the gold and silver plays I'm getting here. HBM, EXK, KGC, IAG, all moving down. And here's gold. Look at gold. And now let's take a look at silver. Yeah, look at that. So now later on in the day, we may get a bounce. I mean, we've had some tremendous bounces for the silver plays. But usually the silver play is already in place. Well, usually. I mean, there's no, I guess I shouldn't say usually. The last few times that we've seen silver make a drop, usually it's in the pre-market and it maybe, 15 minutes into the market, it's still dropping, and then it has a bit of a recovery. And so a lot of the silver plays just recover along with it. This is a little bit later. I mean, we're 10:30 now, and it's still dropping. So doesn't mean later on in the day, silver could just have a complete reversal. And so you might want to track stocks like HYMC, HYMC or AG, AG, which is, of course, it's fantastic. Whoever came up with that one is deserves a medal. I have their company names AG, which of course is the symbol for silver. Anyway, what I want to do now is click on new and then dock channel bar. And this could be something that a lot of you could be interested in, okay? How to use trade ideas to trade. So if you click on show more and then go down to the sector status channel. Okay, thank you, William. Thank you. Interesting. Why? Yeah, it's too many. Okay, Brian, it's too many. Now the other thing I put in shouldn't be 1,000 though. But let me keep doing this, okay? So as we speak, okay, as we speak, so these are the sectors that we've got in here, okay? Do we have every single sector on Earth? No, but these are the sectors that we've got in here. So there's NLR, so there's the ETF. These are the ETFs, okay? So there's the ETF for the nukes, okay? Uranium and nuclear energy. There's the ETFs. So this is a strong sector today. It's up 1.5%. But if you scroll down, and you can see that 63% of them in this list are down from yesterday's close. That's what the red 63% means. Scroll down, weakest sector, SLV, just what we're talking about. By far the weakest sector. So if you were going to, trade a silver stock, you're right now, the idea would be more of a short, or again, maybe later on in the day, if you had, what I would do is I would have SLV charted, put it on a thumbnail chart so you can see what's happening. And if it starts to rally like it has many times, you can pick a silver stock, or you could trade SLV, I guess. So this is telling you though, and here's gold, the gold, silver, I mean, has been way more volatile than gold. Okay. Now, individual sectors are here. Unfortunately, now you can always create your own top list window with NLR if you wanted to. You're going to have to find the stocks that make up NLR and, create a symbol list and then attach it to your top list window, and then you can monitor them. So if I look at consumer staples. This is interesting. So what I find interesting is when you check these sectors, I mean, the market is still up. I guess I spoke too soon that, the bug is gone. It's not gone. Market is not up. Just give me a moment. So the SPY is now, I could have shown it right there. So the SPY has now gone negative. Too bad. Just give me a moment, guys, as okay. So what I find an interesting way to look at all this, okay, here's consumer staples. 94% of the stocks are down for the day. Okay, 94% are down for the day. Okay, it doesn't mean they're all crashing, but here are a couple, for whatever reason. Kroger's is up. Okay, Kroger's is up. I don't know if it's an earnings play. Doesn't look like it's an earnings play, but this is what I would find interesting. What stocks are running counter to what the sector, overall sector is doing? So when you see like a big red number, most of the stocks are down. Now, the other way to, of course, is go down here and this BF TAP, Molson's, okay? TAP is down 3.5%. That's a pretty big move, with that sort of a float. You might want to take Campbell's or the Campbell's company. So consumer staples is down for whatever reason. It's been a pretty good sector over the last few days. Finally cleared the 200-day moving average a few days ago. Same thing here. Here's retail. 72% are down. Chewy up. I don't know. Is it an earnings play? Don't think it's an earnings play. But again, scroll down. You can see the worst one. Wayfair, W. So you can see how you can use this. This is something that for some of you, if this is how you want to use trade ideas, it's a great way to use it. Just look at the best sectors, look at the worst sectors, look at the best performing stocks in a sector, the worst ones. I'm not saying you take every single trade, but it allows you maybe to zero in on what's like what is the best, what's the worst. Okay. And again, that's the sector status. Give me a moment. Pepe, it's the same, right? I want to make sure it's just not in the development version, okay? I know I don't want to torture you, but it is still the same. It's stuck at yesterday. I don't want to torture you. I know. But I just want to make sure it hasn't been already fixed, and it's the fact that I'm on a development version. Or somebody else, if you load the channel, if you load that the sector status channel and you look at the sectors up here, we have to constantly change it, right click, time frame, and click live always to get today. Can somebody just load that channel? I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure it's just not okay. Thank you. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Okay, guys. We'll get rid of this now. So, any questions about it or anything else? Don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. What a short that ons would have been. Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm looking here. Oh boy. Ons the 1329. What is it now? 1265. Beautiful short. So that scan is. Oh, you wanted the Williams? Somebody asked for it. Okay, I'm going to do it again. Boris Misrevsky. Am I getting better? I'll give it to you. And anybody else who wants it. Ah, no, no, I want to share it. Jeez. Here you go. Okay, so what I'm putting in, that's the scan that, but I don't want to put it in my homepage yet because it's just way too active. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I want to fine tune it a bit. Wow. Yeah, that was an awesome short, really, guys. ONDS on a percentage basis, that has moved a lot. Now, again, guys, you can take this scan and you can adjust it any way you want. Okay, I mean, I would, I said this yesterday. I have rarely seen as a reason for the alert the standard deviation breakout or breakdown. I rarely see it. I mean, you can leave it there; it's not gonna harm. But basically, it's a new high or new low. And here are the filters that I'm using. Okay, but I'm gonna have to do something because it's just way too many alerts. But of course, you can change the price range. I've got 2 and 50. I have left in the daily volume. That's something I don't normally do when I'm intraday trading, but I've left in the average 500,000 shares per day on the daily. Maybe I'm going to up the volume. I don't know. And this what gives it the momentum. Okay, the volume in the last minute, 250% of normal, and it's moved at least 25 cents in the last 5 minutes, or down 25 cents. And this is what I've added. Okay, well, when I say I've added from Williams scan, I want to delay it for 15 minutes. If you think it's active now, imagine at 9:30. Okay, it just goes crazy. So it's still going crazy, even though I've waited 15 minutes. And then the minimum float of 10 million. So what my exercise will be is to take a look at all these are all the ones that have come through today. Okay, and I'm going to go through them. I'm going to see what the float was. What the volume was on the ones that worked. Well, worked. I mean, ones that still had some movement. They're not all. I mean, obviously, not every single alert in here is going to be tradable. So Mux is on. Okay, so why wouldn't I take? Well, I don't know. Maybe 21 now. See, 2160 is the next low looking left. MUX just showed up as a potential short. Okay, but I look left, and there's your low of yesterday. Too close, and then the next low 20. See, to me, is all this could stall it. I mean, if the next low looking left had been 2028, I'd be very inclined to take this short. I also will look at the wave, was there a little pop up, and then, so a little bit of a pop up, and then, but then the trend continues down. Now, understand that William doesn't use this the same way at all. What he looks for, and what on the alerts that he's getting. I mean, I'm not saying every stock, but he looks for bounces on things like this. I'm not saying on MUX specifically, but he's looking at this more for bounce plays and for the ones that have been moving higher as potential topping plays. Okay, that's how he's using it, and that's how I thought I'd be using it too. But I've just found that, especially if you see something like this, okay, there it probably had the alert here, and then it popped up just a little bit, but the pop was not sustained, and now it's moving down further. But would I take it now? No, just because of these lows. Had the next low been down here, I'm almost for sure I'd be taking this short. And then you just put your stop. I could put my stop around the whole number and just see what happens. All right, guys. So it's 10:45. Okay, guys. Let's see. Well, you know what? The SHPH may do something. I mean, it's getting close. Yeah, the IBRX. I mean, that is. I don't know how I missed it. Well, I know how I missed it. I'm trying to do too many things at once. But again, I just want to watch the reentries. 478 at 530 now. That's a great move. I would have taken some off here on that little move down, but still be in it. Now, I will say this for the low float stocks, which actually this is not a low, maybe just the cheaper stocks. I find it's a little like the wave is not as call it trackable. On the more expensive stocks, even though this is a high float, 330 million, I'm very surprised. This is what I mean. Look, how beautiful is that on the ons? Okay, this is what I mean. I mean, that is, I mean, it's a big float, 434 million in the float, pretty large market cap. Multiply that by well, the shares outstanding by 12, pretty big market cap. But look how beautiful that is. So if you've taken this, and remember, for me, it's not about seeing a sell flag or a buy flag. It's got nothing to do with that. If there happens to be one, great. But when I click on an alert, I could have clicked on that alert. It was already here. And so what I would if I'd been in this one, say around the 1360 mark, and I'm watching it right around here, okay, as it's starting to maybe consolidate a bit, maybe I take some off, okay, just in case it has like a big pop up, okay, take some off, but now keep in the trade, just keep in the trade, keep following that wave down. No reason to get out. If I hadn't got out here, I probably would have got out some a little bit here. Just when I see a bar poking its head above the top of the wave, that gives me a bit of a sign maybe to take some off. But it just before I would have been out of everything. If I'd been in there short, more than likely I would have said, okay, better get out. I've made $1. But look how much more you can make if you just hold. Plot TQQ, okay, from our YouTube room. Yeah. Wow. I mean, you could have very beautiful, even on a 2-minute wave. I mean, look at that. So right here, you see again, once this is for me, there's not a video on this. This is what I've noticed. Okay. When the bar, if you're short, if the top of the bar loses, does not keep touching the bottom of the wave, that is my signal anyway to start maybe taking a little bit of profit. Okay. Because little bit, not getting out of the trade. And so yeah, I've taken some profit here, but then you just keep in, keep in. There was if you hadn't done it here, I certainly would have done it here as the bar popped a little bit above. But it all depends on the time frame you're looking at. Look at a 5-minute. You don't see anything. You don't see any bar popping above the wave. So it really depends on the time frame you're looking at. But right now, I mean, this is beautiful. Just hold on, and of course the cues are right there. The issue, are you talking about in the sector status channel, Shaw? Well, it really depends when you get into the trade too. I mean, if you're in the trade here, starting here, it's a little more dip. But if you're up here, then it's easier to take a little bit of profit off and just hold. It really depends when you get into the trade. Remember Chewy, guys? Chewy was one of the only ones in the staples that was up. Here's Chewy right here in the consumer staples XLP. It was, I think, it was one of the few ones that was up for the day. So if you look at XLP right now, has it put in a little bit of a bounce? A little bit of a bounce, but it's still down for the day. But it's, it's above the VWAP. So now, looking at Chewy, but Chewy was up regardless of what XLP was doing. When XLP was down, Chewy was up. Now, would I take Chewy? No. Why? Look left, 34.11. And then look left over here, 34.31. Too close. Now, if it can take that out, though, so I'm going to put a price alert in that area. Maybe it runs, keeps running. Because if it can take that out, then look left, and then the next high is 37. So, again, just because I get an alert from the scan doesn't mean I take the trade. I have to analyze it a little bit. Doesn't mean this is going to stall it, but it could. So I'd rather give up. What's that? What right here? Let's say I'd rather give up. Well, that high right there is rather give up, 10, 20 cents. And maybe to try to be a little more sure that once it breaks that, it has a chance to get into this area. Because then you're talking, $3. You guys have been talking about VERO. I haven't, of course, I'm just concentrating on the other stuff. So, and VERO more than likely will never show up in that scan because of the float. Yeah, very low. Yeah, even on a 5-minute chart, you see how, I mean, the wave is still blue, but there, it's just way more volatile. The bars are big. The best for me, the best wave is like this. Okay. You see how, I mean, a little bit of a widening there, but basically a fairly narrow wave. And as the wave expands, though, that's when you might start to think, okay, it's getting a little more parabolic. But if you have one that has a nice narrow wave all the way down, boy, it just helps you keep in the trade. I'm going to be so ticked off when I look at Lunar, I'm sure. So it's a little bit. I mean, if you're in here, then right there, you can see how right there the wave tried to get a little more negative, but not much. So you would have taken some off here, but not everything necessarily. And then you hold on. Not really, Teddy. I don't. I don't specifically go to find high short interest stocks. Doesn't mean it's not a bad idea. I just don't do it. Whew. All right, guys. So the only reason I see it, I have a thumbnail. The LCFY did nothing. AMN. Now this was a massive one 2 days ago. It came from that scan, but now it had a great day yesterday, but it's sold off, and now it's below yesterday's close. Boy, lunar. Dog. Well, I'm glad I waited on the SHPH. Is there any news in lunar today, or is it just, it's been a super active stock, of course? What a great break on the daily now. All right, guys. Well, I'm kind of watching the AMN. It's developing that little pop up here, rejected. I'm sort of watching the AMN as a potential short. Obviously it's got a ton of room. Well, Teddy, I mean, you're talking about the overall market, perhaps. Well, I don't. I mean, I'm just looking at all the things that Trade Ideas gives to us. So it's certainly very exciting. We don't Trade Ideas typically does not care. I mean, the things that, as long as you build your scan correctly, you're always looking at super active stocks. So I don't. The overall market it may not be doing much, and you're saying for you it's doing and not doing too much, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, look, all these stocks are very active, and others on my scan. So, all right, guys. Wow, was it halted? Really? So I think that most of us probably would have thought that the LCFY was going to be the one today because of all the room it had, but obviously VERO was the one. It just opened. Why did I not see the halt here? Or or well, it's come out of the halt, right? Or you're thinking it was going to get halted. Oh, I see. You're thinking it was going to get halted. Well, it's not. Yeah, it did not get halted. Oh, you're talking about where it could get halt. I don't understand how that works though, because it has to, I mean, you could have a halt price, but what if it just inches up to the halt price instead of like a big candle move up? Oh, it does move in 10. So it'll keep adjusting. Okay. Well, okay. I mean, if you're in this one, let's take a look left on the monthly chart. So the next high on a monthly chart is 1450. So yeah, I mean, if you're still, this movers to the upside versus movers to the downside, this will give you enough action for whatever you're looking for in terms of stocks that are really moving, and it's not dependent on float or anything. But most of the time, you're probably going to see fairly low float stocks in here. But so this is not a bad. I mean, this remember what this is. The compare count window is taking two competing scans, one of stocks moving higher, one stocks moving lower, with similar filters. By that I mean, similar price range, similar minimum volume. So if all the filters are satisfied and a stock makes a new high, it'll be in green, and if a stock makes a new low, it'll be in red. These are real time, all real time. You're seeing here, just a different way of presenting our data. Another one I know I missed was the red wire RDW. How about this one? What's happening with this one? RGNT. This resumed. A little bit of a pop. WRAP, WRAP. All right, guys, this could be interesting to me. The AEHR, just over the whole number, but again, look left, and you've got some blockage. What's your what's your maximum price in that scan, William? Your scan. I see you're talking about WDAY at 185, or do you have a max? 196, 198 is your max. Okay. Well, I'm sort of, I don't know why, but I'm sort of fixated on the AMN, and maybe I shouldn't be. I think I'm just going to have to put a price alert. Been watching it. Want to see if it The trend is still weak. So I'm going to put a price order on 1842 and see if it gets down there at least for a potential short for me just because of the room it's got. Oh boy. I bet you the CIFR. I saw this one really early. So look, SKM, you like to back test and all, okay? Oh, JVL, I'm sorry. Via, you asked a question quite a while ago. I'm sorry, I'm just seeing it now. You also can take a look at this and maybe fiddle around with it. Okay, you can also fiddle around with it and just see because I love the idea of the scam, but there's so many alerts coming at us. So all right, so Cipher is now taking all this out, and what's the next high looking left? Is 1924? That's too close, and then 1979. So you can see the AEHR is right into this area. Dynatrace, okay, has a little bit of room. Oops. Well, there's the Chewy now. Okay, guys, well, let's see if Chewy has some room to go now. It's right at that area, and it's a strong stock in the weak sector. Oh, guys, okay, let's take a look. I think I kept nagging at them. I think they fixed it. Well, hallelujah. So it's finally fixed, Pepe. Only took about a month of hammering at them, but today I got a little upset. So here it is. Okay, so it's finally fixed. I mean, it's such an easy fix. I could have done it. In fact, I used to have access to all the channels, and I could go in and fiddle around. All right, guys. Let's see. What time is it now? 11:12. So confirmation that Andy Lindloff, will take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 as I take my break. No kidding, finally. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't take it, unfortunately. I did. I think I didn't. I see some potential resistance. Maybe no. I didn't. I said it had some room. Yeah, I didn't take it though. I didn't take that one. I'm in the Chewy. It may you have to watch it now. I don't want to see it get too much lower. I'm in around the 34.30 mark, so I want to see if it holds this area. If not, I'll just take my loss and move on. Probably should have waited for a little stronger break out of here. Boy, look at the VERO, guys. Good for you guys if you held on. Boy, it looks like it's going to take out that the high is what, around 12? Yeah, I'm not able to really, I'm trying to figure out like what, see, DT moved beautifully, Chewy not as much. But it's nothing to do with the floater. The relative volume is about the same. But I'm going to hold on to the Chewy and see if it and get back up to the 34.30s and run from there. What I've seen from the scan, though, boy, if they don't move immediately, you can be just sort of left for a while. But look at the DT, 39.42 up to 40 now. Okay, what do they do? Dynatrace engages in the advancing observability for today's digital businesses, helping to transform the complexity of modern digital ecosystems. Okay, whatever. Okay, right. Not bounce, just continue higher. Yeah. Okay, here's another quant guys, not a nuke. I always want to say a nuke, but this is a quant making the move. But the next high is around 1358. Yesterday's high was 1330. Too close. Just too close for me. Rigatoni, RGTI, another nuke. Sorry, quant. So the quants have come alive a little bit. The QUBT and then the RGTI. All right, Chewy, you're back up to the 3430s where I bought you. Can you move from there for me? Meanwhile, VERO, yeah, just took out, made another new high. Probably right here. Don't have to type it in right here. So, guys, you know what? I actually like the way the room is starting to look at things because what you don't see is I get a lot of questions from people, not in the room, but private emails. Why do you always concentrate on low float stocks and they're too volatile for my way of trading, et cetera, et cetera. So it's I love trading these, but I'm now starting to concentrate on the larger caps from that scan. So in this room now, there should be enough for everybody. There are enough people who are looking at VRO. So if you're in the room and it makes sense for you, I'm glad I did not get stubborn on the AMN. Now, Vero, let's take a look. This could be something I trade in the afternoon. How would I do that? Well, if it takes out the high at some point, it might keep just running. Now, the high right there on the monthly chart is 1450. What did it get up to? Didn't get right there. Boy, guys, these are just great moves. Maybe they're not rocket ships in terms of percentage moves, but boy, look how steady DT is from that 39.42. There's over a dollar move. Yeah, is it the same as the zero? No, but boy, it can really, it's just a little, I don't want to say easier to trade. Now it's gone very parabolic. If you're in this one right now, in my opinion, well, you don't have to, it's the bottom of the bar has lost sight or lost contact with the top of the wave. So if you were in this one, there's where I would start to say, okay, maybe I should take some off. William, also, when we get into earning season, this is going to be really crazy. We're still not in earning season, really. We've had a few, banks and all that, but when we get right into earning season, there's the E date. There's my, you have it. There's the earnings date, and when we get into earning season, that's when stocks have those big moves. You mean this right here, Brian? This one? What I'm pointing at, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So just go to my homepage. I have two races that I'm sharing. I don't have the other one up, but I do have two races. If you're looking for a more, well, first of all, let me get to my homepage. So click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit until you see the scan section right here, view scan. So right here, okay, this is the large cap gainers. That's what that is the one right here. I do have another race. This race is a lot more volatile. If you want a more volatile race, you're going to have this. This has market cap minimum of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. So it's not going to be as volatile as this race, which does not have those two limitations. So it's up to you, but you can. But if that's the one you want, it's right here. Now, do you know how to load? And for anybody who's out there wondering, well, I wouldn't mind having these scans, but how do I get them onto my monitor? If you have that question, just ask me, okay, and I'll show you how. Okay, just ask me. Now, the other thing too is Brian and anybody else, if you load this right now, you're not going to see this race started at 9:30 for me. So that's why you get a top 10 list that's built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day so far. So RDW has won 4 races. That's what the number means. But when you load it, it's going to your race will start at 11:24 Eastern time. Okay, and so you will not have a top 10 list. It will build over the from when you load the race. You'll eventually get probably a top 10 list. Okay, and that's with any of my scans. Okay, whenever you load the scan is when it'll start to work. Now you can also, Brian, if you want to run that scan in the pre-market, you can. I choose to start it at 9:30 just to show you what I'm talking about. And again, I should also direct you. You want to create your own races. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a little bit to the education section, okay, education, more info, click on that. And then right at the top here is our guide. And one of the big sections is in racing. Here's how you can control. Here's how you can build your own race with your own set of parameters. Okay. So for instance, if I don't want to overwrite this, so I'm going to duplicate the race. I'm going to stop it by pressing the square and then right click and show the race setup. So for instance, I'm starting the race at 9:30, auto start at time 9:30. But if you wanted to, you could auto start whenever you load trade ideas. Okay. So the minute you load trade ideas, if you click auto start at load, then the race will start. So if you want to run this race in the pre-market, you can do so. I've just chosen to start it at 9:30. So auto start at time 9:30. And here's how you can control the length of the race. And I run 4-minute races. Why? That's what I chose a long time ago. But you can control that. Okay. Meanwhile, there's a short. I don't know if I had shorts available for THH. No. Yeah, so this is the not available for short sale in big red. Not even, they won't even try to find shorts. They're showing up on the scan. So William's looking at it as a potential bounce. That's how he uses his scan, okay? For bounce plays and topping plays. Well, the good thing is no shorts available for me. Just out of curiosity, okay, is anybody just using this exclusively? So if you click on new and again, the dock channel bar and then the sector status, click on the show more and then the sector status. Right. Is anybody just using this channel exclusively for their trading? Just out of curiosity? I think it can be a great idea. Or as an adjunct. New today, welcome 160. Welcome to the room. Now, new today in terms of trade ideas or to the trading room or both? Okay, now have you done the short videos? Well, it actually should be the first thing you do, okay? It really should be the first thing you do. Otherwise, you don't know what you're looking at. It's up to you, but I sort of make it mandatory that the first thing you do, go down to the education section on my homepage and just go through these videos. It's not going to take you long. You may not have to do the login if you've already logged in, but otherwise, you might say, well, what am I looking at? What's a race? What am I looking at? Okay, I would probably just take. It won't take you long, but it may save you from pulling your hair out if you have any. Okay, seriously, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. What am I seeing? And then you'll understand that you can have some of my scans, but that's what I would do. I know, listen, if you're a guy, you're like most guys, I'm no different. I don't want to read anything. I just want to dive in and try to figure it out on the fly. We are notorious at that, doing that, aren't we? We don't want to read the manual. No, you don't have to read the entire manual. Okay, don't get when you look at the guide, you don't have to don't get hung up on how much is in the guide. Now, the other thing too, are you a new trader? Are you new to trading also? If you're new to trading, okay. So the whole concept, wow, yes, finally, yay, Chewy, go for me. See how much room Chewy has now? Um, yeah, so the whole idea of trade ideas, you say you've got some trading experience. You can create your own scans with what you'd like to see. So it could be things like, okay, I only want to see this price range. I want to see it has to have this minimum volume. Using our relative volume. Are you intraday trader? Is that or a swing trader or intraday trader or both? Both. Okay. So we do have a swing trading channel you can take a look at. But this the product is really excellent at scanning for intraday setups based on what you want to see. But if you click on dock channel bar, okay, well, let me back up. Oops. Click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock to channel bar. I'm assuming you've loaded the program. And then if you click on the show more, So we do have Trader's Eye, but I would take a look at Swing Picks. Okay, Swing Picks, and you'll have five five ideas each week. You know, and you'll see this little blurb, and so here they are with a suggested entry, a suggested stop. Okay, how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. Some of them you may not like at all, and that's fine. You've got some trading experience, so you can take a look. And in fact, I think Andy is the one who basically, well, actually, he's got his own channel, Trader's Eye. Show more and click down to the Trader's Eye. Where is that Trader's Eye? Because these are swing ideas also. Where is it? Here we are. Trader's Eye. This is from Andy. Now Andy will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour. I take a break between 12 and 1. So these are his ideas. So if you're into swing trading, you might want to head over to YouTube between 12 and 1. Before I go, I'll put the YouTube link in. Steve, okay. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm excuse me. Let's take a look at the Chewy and excuse me, sorry. So ride that wave, ride the wave. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay. I'm riding the wave. But it's interesting, you know, with the Chewy is that, you know, when we looked at that, the sector status, and we saw that XL, every single stock virtually, and the consumer staples, see if it's still the case. Probably not now, but let's just take a look. I mean, that's not why I took it. You know, it showed up in, well, I'm going to call it the Williams scan. Nobody know, nobody knows who, I hate to say it, who Dusty is. So, well, look at, hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. It was retail. It was in the retail sector. Okay, retail sector, and virtually every stock was down. Remember when we looked at this retail sector, that 63% red. That's actually like a decrease. Virtually every stock in the retail sector was down. And so when we looked at the top here, we saw Chewy. That's not why I took it. It was a coincidence, though, that it came in Williams scan. Oh, look at DT is right. Well, I'm getting a little happier with the Chewy. I mean, it may not have the same move as DT, but so again, you can see how finally, okay, this has been fixed. So you can see right now that the nukes, uranium and nukes are this is the NLR. That's the ETF for that sector. So that is a strong sector of the day. And then the weak sector is still silver, but it's recovered a bit. Last time I looked, it was down 5%. So it has recovered a little bit. And you see Chewy right at the top. So here's a strong stock in the retail sector. I mean, this is a way in which you can use trade ideas to trade. Just look at strong stocks and stocks in a sector and weak stocks in a sector. Demosthenes. Look it up. Pepe will look it up. You know who Demosthenes is, right? Guys, what can I say? I mean, look how nice the it's hard to say Demosthenes. He's a Greek orator, and what did he do to practice oration? I guarantee no other trading room today is going to be talking about Demosthenes. What he did was he put marbles in his mouth, marbles or rocks or something in his mouth, so he'd have to sort of practice speaking to try to have very, very clear diction. At least that's what you can read about. So when I start stumbling around, I think of him. Oh boy, this is turning out to be very nice now, guys. I might take some off now. I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Now, you see how on Chewy, you see how it's a little, it's getting a little parabolic, not hugely parabolic, but the bottom of that bar is not touching the top of the wave. This reminds me of the Galaxy trade yesterday. I mean, just very not a rocket ship, but I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. Just very steady. Is QBTS bouncing? Okay, let me take a look at QBTS from our YouTube room. Is it bouncing? I don't know. I'll take a look at it. I don't see it anywhere. Well, I mean, it bounced off the VWAP, or you're a little late. I mean that would have been a nice play, holding the VWAP, but you're a little bit late now. Will it continue to go? I mean, I don't know. Of course, the next high looking left. Excuse me, it's got room, 3145. Boris Mistrevsky. How about that? Come on, you got to give me, what is that out of 10? Be honest. Solid 7. I'll take a solid 7. Obi's a tougher scorer. He's only giving me 6. Well, RGTI, possible breakout. I know it showed up on that scan earlier. It's in a popular sector today. Same thing though, a little choppy, a little bit choppy. I mean, look, I just look at the wave. I mean, look at a 5 minute, very choppy. I mean, it could break out. Don't get me wrong, it could break out. Develop's giving me a solid 80%. Okay, so I'm ranging from 6 to 8. Now the issue with it, of course, always look left. I mean, it has a little bit of room. 26.46 has a little bit of room, a dollar. But you just see how for me, it just doesn't have a good enough pattern for me to try to trade it right now. It's just a little too choppy. Look at the 5 minute. I mean, now if I shrink this 5 minute chart, it might look a little less choppy looking, but still, yeah. Look at that. I mean, it's just a little too choppy. Got to be for me personally. There just have to be better things visually for me to trade. So remember what I was saying about the Chewy guys? How let me see if I can find it in that scan so I don't have to type it in. Well, can't find it. So remember what I was saying, okay? The top right there it was losing, it wasn't touching anymore. So that and another reason, it was getting close to the whole number. I mean 35. So that is a reason why I would take some off. I just like, and this is just something I've noticed. It's nothing that no video on it or anything. It's just something I've noticed. Now, am I out of everything? No, just because it still looks like a. However, if I go to a 1 minute chart, will I see orange? Not yet. So even though the wave is starting to move down, it's still relatively strong. So it allows me, and I'm not expecting a giant bar down, not with that float, 234 million in the float. If we were a low float stock, I'd be a lot more anxious because all of a sudden you could just get, boom, down. What do I now? Are you talking about intraday for Intel or as a swing? I mean, it's definitely bottoming. I mean, that's nice. As a sw Well, I'm not a swing trader, okay? So I'm just not a swing trader. I mean, it sold off a little bit, Oh, that's on the weekly, sorry. On the daily, it got up to yesterday's high, and that's what stalled it. I mean, but I'm just not a swing trader. If I were an intraday trader, I'd be looking at this and saying, I wonder, this looks like it's certainly consolidating here. I'd be looking to see if it would have an upturn, but I'm not a swing trader, so you know what? You can always go into our YouTube room in about a little over 10 minutes from now. Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am. He'll be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay. I would also, if you were to swing this, where would you put a stop? If you said, you know what? Oh, and also earnings next week, January 22nd. So what day is that? Yeah. So you have earnings next week. I would personally, I never hold anything through earnings. I don't care what people tell. I don't care if I read so much about a company saying, "Oh yeah, the sentiment is that they're going to blow. It's going to be a blowout." I just don't hold anything through earnings. Now, I don't want to dissuade anybody from doing it. If it works for you, holding things through earnings, but I just find it way too much of a gamble. Rather trade after earnings. Right now, it looks like right now anyway. It looks like more like an intraday short. Breaking down now a little bit. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so the 22nd is Thursday. Okay, so it has earnings next Thursday after hours. So the actual reaction to earnings won't be until Friday. Okay. Well, thank you, Develop. Nice of you to say. And it's all about the traders too, who are in the room. Well, for instance, 162. When you say you like earnings, now you're talking just in general, not Intel specifically. So have you been successful at trading a company, taking it ahead of time and trading it into earnings? If you have been, then yeah, fine. I mean, I'm not. Okay, guys, that's it for me and Chewy. Okay, especially I don't even know what because I'm taking a break now in about 9 minutes. But you can see right there. Okay, now I may look at it again if it takes out the high, even though it hasn't turned orange. My 100% think that on the 1 minute it is. Okay, so this is what I'd be doing if you're sort of following the wave. And you start to see a downturn, okay? So look at the 2-minute chart. Look at the 2-minute chart, and I'm seeing this down. Even though the wave is still blue, I would go to a smaller time frame, which in this case I can only go down to 1 minute from the two. And look, you're going to see the orange right up here. So that would be another clue to say, okay, the trend is maybe is changing. Again, these are just things that I've noticed over the several months that I've been using TradeWave as a visual indicator. Ah, really? Whoops, ANPA, 50 point drop on, yeah, well, I'm glad it has not been shortable for me to Interactive Brokers. I typically would always shy away from this anyway with that sort of a float. But for those of you who have a little more, well, first of all, you have to have a broker that has shorts, like Centerpoint probably. Or did you say yesterday, William, that Fidelity has shorts, but the borrow rate is pretty high? I think you said your max is what, 350, 350%. Am I correct? Okay. So yesterday they did have shorts. Fidelity did. Okay, guys, 11:53. So very soon I'll be taking my break. All right, I have a very insistent little kitty here. Just give me a moment. All right, here's another idea, perhaps short of Xene, XENE, but it's already popped. I don't know if you took this one, William, on the pop. There's a pretty big drop from the 41 down to. No, it wasn't. It looked bigger than it looks bigger than it was. About a 50-cent drop. Now the THH, I wish I'd had shorts. This is one I do wish I'd had shorts. But you don't get too many of these where you get the big red, not available for short sale, as opposed to this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? As opposed to this message, that this contract will be available for short if the shares can be located. Whereas the other one was saying we're not even going to try to locate them. You don't get too many like that. Yeah, probably that's one of the ones that Interactive Brokers or others that you can't even buy it. Okay, guys, it's 1:56. So what I'm going to do now is I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, so you guys can head over and listen to Andy. You have to bear with us the first minute we talk football. That's our thing Fridays. We talk a little football, and then I leave. Okay, so there is the link to get into YouTube. He's not there yet, but very soon. And I'll put my announcement. Okay, I'm all set. Just waiting for Andy to show up. What time is it? 11:57. Well, you see, look at this. I mean, down, 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 THH, just constantly moving down. I'm actually, wait a minute, and it just got halted. It just got halted, actually. You know, it's funny. I thought, well, with this price of the stock, but it's got 28 million, so it actually was sneaking in. Well, not sneaking in. We have a 10 million minimum float in that scan. In the way it's trading, it's like a low float stock. Try hard. Well, better try harder. Japanese company had a big day 3 days ago. It was really good, actually, because look what it did. It got up to what? No way. Did this really happen? I'm sorry. Got up to $55 and closed at the high. Man. Birkenstock, guys. Okay. Another retailer. 38. Has a little bit of room down to 38 on the no, it doesn't have room. 38.86. 38. Yeah. See, if I look on the weekly chart, doesn't have enough room to keep moving before it starts hitting, into those lows, which could act as support. So that's why I won't take the trade. Snowman, good morning. I'll be leaving in about a minute, but Andy will take over for me. Well, I mean, yeah, because if you look here, there are some potential support areas for the BIRK. All right, I heard a little pop, so just give me a moment, guys, or Andy. Okay, guys, Andy is now in our YouTube room, and so I'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour. I'm putting myself on mute now. And now I can welcome Mr. Andy Lindloff to our YouTube room. How are you
Barry,
this morning?
doing
Hi.
good. How are you doing, bud?
Excellent, excellent. I've got this kind of scan that I've been running all week, and I just have to tweak it a bit to not get so many, but very impressed by it. So
Nice.
it keeps me very mentally motivated. That's for
Oh,
sure.
good. Nice, Barry. Is it
Which is good, It's a
obviously
very
probably a momentum scan?
It's a momentum scan. It's definitely a
Okay.
momentum scan on both on the upside and the low side, or the short side. But yeah, it's just have to fine tune it a bit to not get so many alerts, and see what happens next week. But let's
Nice.
get on to the important stuff of the week. Who you got?
Oh man, that's true. Yeah, it is. It
Who
is
you
that
got?
time.
I told them
Uh,
that I spend 1 minute on football, and so
you know
big game
what?
for me tomorrow, of course. The
Yeah,
Seattle game,
yeah. I
big
think
big
with
game.
LA going up to Chicago, man, that's a warm weather team. Playing in that cold. It's gonna be.
Well, they say it could be the coldest day on record of a game
Oh
for
wow.
Chicago. That's what they
Even
say.
even colder than the Ice Bowl, huh? Oh.
Well, in Chicago.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
talking
gotcha.
in Chicago, and for a game, a football game. And so yeah, they're saying it could be that cold, and there's the wind chill factor. That's what it's really all about. It's supposed to be very windy and all. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in that game to see how Stafford handles that. But and then of course my Seahawks play later on. So now the
Yeah,
only problem is that there's rumors that Darnold sort of
I've
has a
been
little
hearing
bit
that.
of an oblique issue. So they're trying
Yeah,
to say, nah, nah,
that would
nah, but
not be good.
that's not good. I mean, the
No.
throwing motion. But anyway, that's it.
Go
Okay, no
Bills,
more.
huh?
Sorry, guys. Anybody on YouTube waiting for some sterling advice from Andy? I'll let myself go now.
All right, Barry, enjoy your
Anyways,
hour.
thank you very much. We'll see you in about an
Uh-huh.
hour.
Bye-bye. Hello, traders. welcome to my desktop. If we haven't met, my name is Andy. This is the support webinar. If you have any questions, just drop them in the YouTube chat there, and I'll do my best to answer them for you. And if not, Peppy, I'm sure would step in and help me out. He's good about that. But anyway, yeah, option expiration day, pretty crazy action this morning. If you could stomach it, there was a little bit of opportunity, but man, it's pretty crazy. But anyway, we'll talk markets and stocks if we're as we're waiting on questions. We may not have any. I know a lot of people get them answered during the week, so we can definitely, if you have any stocks you want me to look at, or any questions about the market, we can go there as well. Um, Meanwhile, I'll kind of show you what I've been doing lately. I mentioned today in my video, it's really hard to find decent setups, and the reason is the strongest sectors just kind of went crazy. You look at the consumer staples. Uh, wait, this typewriter's not working. I mean, you're getting these kind of moves, and I could show you probably three or four sectors that did this. Well, then what's happening is you're getting like 4 or 5 days of just strong momentum moves, and that makes it difficult. As far as finding stocks that are actually the kind of setup I like. Like if this XLP would come up here and hit the 200 and maybe go sideways. But man, this way they're just kind of just blowing through. Transportation, I can pull that up. What is that? XTN? Yeah. Uh, just there's been a few setups in some of these things. Retail, XRT is one that kind of blew, but a lot of the stocks, you're looking at the XRT, a lot of the stocks just kind of target, just man, they're just really not setting up. They're just really, really strong. Hoping some, hoping some technology will come back into play soon. They've definitely been out of favor lately, but we'll see if maybe because they're a lot more fun to play, obviously. But uh, one of my probably favorite to keep an eye on is Amazon. I think Amazon had a nice little kind of this is what I'm talking about coming pulling back and like setting up. I nibbled a little bit just to have it on my blotter, but this is one that I'll look for a possible break of this 3-day high. A lot of times I just like to buy a little bit to get it on my blotter so I can kind of keep an eye on it. Uh, I'll go over some of my stocks. This QBTS, this thing's been acting like it wants to go forever. And I think it's just option expiration. This thing is probably going to be pinned in between 29 and 30. We'll see, but if not, it'll set up nicely uh, for Tuesday. INOQ is having a good day. I was in that yesterday and got stopped out on the close. Duke is a nice looking chart here. You got you zoom in here. I do like the way this is setting up. I got half size right now, looking to add if it can break through that 3-day high, putting it back above the 50-period moving average. I think this thing could get going once it did that. Because a lot of times once these get going, they can go back to all-time highs really, really quick. And it's had a nice little pullback, basing and trying to come out of this area. Serve is one I'm in from yesterday. I like the way that chart is setting up. Intel, I've been in for a long time, and I'm looking. I've sold most of it. Just got a small position here, looking for it to pull back and maybe to start adding on this one. Uh, hey, DJ Tony, how's it going? Hey, 3 Sharp. Good morning, Snowman. The trade of the day and the email. I'm not sure which one. Are you talking about the trade of the week or just the trader I email? If you're talking about ARRY, it didn't trigger. That's one that's setting up. Maybe this one sets up uh, for Monday. If it does, it's going to be a nice, sweet setup. Steve may want to even call it for the trade of the week. Did he use this one for the trade of the week? We'll have to ask him. Mentioned Duke, mentioned Amazon, ABTC. I was in and got back in today because the Riot. When I saw Riot ripping, tearing up, I bought some Mara, and I mean I didn't even look at the news, but I'm just saying these is heavily shorted MARA. I bought some this morning at 73. Now I've scalped out some and added back in some more. If it gets above this 50, this has a huge, 28% short float. I'm not sure what that Riot news is, but I guarantee you the shorts are really nervous. Seeing Riot, even though Bitcoin's not doing a whole lot today, seeing the move Riot had. So this one, I'll definitely I'll definitely hold some, may scalp some more, but if that gets through I'm gonna drop that down a little bit so I will know it goes back to highs. Oh, TOW was JetBlue. Okay, thank you, Three Sharp. You must be talking about Array then, which I still like it. It's just that it's just not doing anything today, like a lot of things. Option expiration, a lot of these things get pinned. Uh, that's why I don't think this QBTS is going to do much today. Hope I'm wrong, but it just seems like it just wants to kind of close in this range. Screw the option traders. And one to keep an eye on. But let me tell you something. This is very thin. So uh, this one I pulled up. Hold on here. Oh, shoot. There we go. That's okay. We got a right edge. Uh, why did that do that? Hold on here. Kind of like to see support and resistance. Oh, there it is. Probably order confirmation. What is this? Let me just cancel it. Thank you. Uh, so this is one I was putting in the other day on. I can't remember if it was Grok or Gemini or what Chat GPT, but just asking it, put in some information on what I'm kind of looking for on small cap stocks with strong uh, revenue growth. It's just good, some basic fundamentals in there, and it spit out this one right here, this AEY. Now the chart looks like crap. I mean, this thing has really gotten beat up. So what I did is look back on the long term on it and saw a level where this is very some nice little resistance down here on the weekly, and even going back right here. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna give this one a shot. So I don't know if it's going to work out, but uh, I do like uh, I do like the way it's kind of basing down here on the daily. And today it had a little volume coming in. We'll see if there's anything to that, but it's one that small position right now, and if it does break, the 9, I'll probably just get out. But I thought that was pretty interesting that AI spit out a stock that may be a good value opportunity. Okay, I bet I tried you, but I'm not going to sit in this thing if it's going to roll over. Boy, Bitcoin just cannot seem to get a bid. Oh, did Steve talk about array yesterday? Now I will scalp out some more of this Mara if it cannot hold this 10 period moving average. And I've been telling myself, to do more, take more profits. Yesterday, I kind of sit in some positions trying to be, swing trader, and they got clobbered. Gave back a little bit. So I said, you know what, I need to start. It's okay to hold some, but don't take a stand. That's not my style. I'm always taking profits and holding on to like maybe a core position. And it's when it depends on what you're in, what stock you're looking at, and what it looks like on the chart. If you're finding something like a Duke, maybe that is, potentially a bottoming pattern, a short-term bottoming pattern, something like this, I will look to, hold for a while. But uh, also the market, anytime the market's at all-time highs, I have a tendency to scalp more just because I know the sellers can come in at any moment. I mean, even though this is having a nice little sympathy move from Riot, I still, and Bitcoin's going to have an influence on these things, and so will Riot. If Riot starts selling off, there's a good chance, this could too. I'll give it a little wiggle and jiggle. And I bought this ABTC hoping it would get some love today, with some of the miners doing well, and this thing just cannot get anything going. Okay, Brian has a question here. The height of the individual racing bars in my large cap race are too high, and the start of the race window are too small. How do I adjust the height in each window? You may have too many. How many are you racing? Like 10, Brian? And also, I want to ask you: do you have other races where you're experiencing this problem, or just the large cap? Okay, here's what I would do. If I were you, I would just, instead of trying to troubleshoot the one that's not working, if you have other races that are fine, what I would do is just duplicate, that race, just, or use one as a default that's working well, and just use that one, and then point it toward the large cap. Okay, so that one's working fine, right? So let me pull one up here. Let me pull one up. Let's see what I have here. What's relative? All right, let's load this one. Oh, okay, no problem. So you're having one uh that's too big and one that's too small. So does one of them look like this? And why isn't mine doing anything? There it goes. And how big do you have them? Are you trying to Okay, so you're saying this is too big? If you have one that looks like this? It's one of those kind of things I think you're going to have to adjust the size of your window. Uh, or maybe if you want to, Brian, if you could share this and send it to our email, it's a lot easier if we can look at them. Unfortunately, you can't share it in here, and we can see the problem. Just send it to info at trade ideas.com, and we'll take a look at it. Let's see. Oh yes, Chris. Uh, oh, I'm sorry. This is another one. So Brian, if you would, it just all you have to do is just right click, save and share to cloud, save and share, and then copy all, and then you can just drop that, into an email, just kind of like I'm doing with this one right here. Which, by the way, if you guys don't have it, that's a pretty good race. Or Brian, you may try taking this one and comparing it to the ones that you have, or see if you have the issue with this one. But I'm thinking you may be just trying to run these things too small. You're trying to scrunch them in or something, and you can't see them all. I'm not sure, but if you'll definitely send the cloud link, to us, and then explain the problem that you're seeing in it, and see if we can help you out. We can send you one back, send you a cloud link back because they should be the same size. Okay, Steve Pan. Hey, Chris. Yes, Chris. I've been scared into scalping recently. Well, I'm Andy. I don't know if you're trying to talk. Maybe Chris is in here, but yeah, it's things like that will happen. It's like since January 2, I'm not seeing as juicy setups, Steve, as I've seen, you know, for a very long time, and that just may be the reallocation of money. You're getting things like, the like I mentioned, consumer staples out of nowhere just shot up, and it's like, uh, Transportation, airlines had a nice move. Uh, Home builders, and it's like, and they just had a quick move, and it, like I said, it's probably some reallocation at the beginning of the year. We'll see if things don't settle down, and maybe we get some more, some strategies that work. And I'm always kind of keeping an eye on that, because I think a lot of the problem is, uh, oh, Pepe's helping out with you there, Brian. If you hit the start stop replay button, then hit the start button again, you can force it to resize the race lanes. Okay. See if that works for you, Brian. Yeah, I know. It has been tough. It's been, it's been tough for me too. I think I'm pretty much kind of like flat, maybe up a little bit from the beginning of the year. I'm not seeing the opportunities. Well, first thing, probably a lot of things that you are playing are in the tech sector. And if you look at the queues, really haven't done much. We're actually, you know, oh, don't start doing that to me. Oh, Uh, is that padding? But getting back, if you look at the queues, they really haven't done much. I mean, basically flat. Basically been flat for uh since November 28th. So we're going on 2 months now where the queues really haven't done anything. So you're probably like a lot of traders where you're looking for action. Now some of the semis have had some massive moves, but a lot of stuff has just been floundering. You look at Apple, look at, Microsoft. Oh, Pepe, man, he knows. Thank you, Pepe. All right. I was talked about taking some Mara off, so think I'm going to do that. Yeah, it's already getting pretty sloppy, but something about this hour, they really start slopping things around. Mostly selling off. Maybe the big boys are at lunch. Yeah, it's been Steve's pointing out F cell. Yeah, nice, but boy, I'd like to have seen it about 26 cents ago. You're right. Steve said plug may get. I have a bid in on plug, but at 32. Let's take a look at some of these. Let me raise it up a little bit. Let's see if we can catch some action here. The races. That one's looking pretty sweet there. No float data. It's mad. I was is it CTMX? Yeah, I was mad I missed that one today. It's been on my radar, and I had the alert at 64, and it went off, and I was like, didn't trust it. Biggest difference is F cell has a 47 million float, and that plug has like 2 billion, or no, 1 billion or something. 1.3, like a freight liner. Well, I've got to mention Tesla. Tesla just small size now in this thing. It just thought it was going to go today. Got slapped down like a lot of things do. There's another one I was pissed off about too. I was in back over here, and it wore me out. Got me out. I sit in this thing forever. I think it probably popped the next day. I got to be more patient. Well, this TE, it's maybe one to keep an eye on. Open. I did go ahead and add it to that Duke. That looks just too tasty. What's your opinion on swing ideas and AI? AI, you know what? I don't like it. It just it needs to get, it needs to really get back above this 50. That would put it above, like about a 1 month high there. I think it's just guesswork right now. I was in BBAI and Sound held overnight, and luckily they came back for me nicely, and I got out for small profit, maybe. Uh, I think what you need is PLTR in the AI, to get back in play. It looked like it was going to go this morning. So what I would do would be stick you an alert right there, and because I'm afraid, some of these other AI plays are, as long as PLTR is under pressure, are just not going to work. Q is putting in a little tail there. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I think a lot of people, including myself, I like to catch things that are, has a potential to, if they're basing something like this, it's well below its 50 period moving average, and more than likely I'll probably end up getting stopped out. But uh, it's okay if you do it for small size if you have a reason. But generally speaking, you want to place stocks that are strong above their 50 period moving average. Uh, okay, see if that Duke can get going here, or maybe close and trying to poke through that 50 period moving average. TI, the swing trade watcher. Sure. Let's see. I think I already have it in here for you. And the sweet thing about this one is it's hooked to a global symbol list, so you don't have to worry about putting any symbols in it each day. It'll automatically be fed for the symbols I put them in each morning. So there you go. That EKSO is, gosh, it does small. It's pretty thin. Well, just not a whole lot going on right now. And boy, what a move that was. Gee. It's another hydroelectric power generation. DDD, that was one I missed yesterday. Trying to see one that's not, already extended. Hawaiian, yeah, that's the one we just looked at. Riot trying to go back to highs. Mara is a weak, getting out on that little downdraft right there. Probably got out the bottom. Okay, I did get hit on that plug at 35, so we'll see if I don't know. This thing's going to go. It's so thick, but it still once it gets going, it can have some nice moves. And when you're coming out of a sideways wound tight pattern like that, it could go pretty good. But we'll see. Oh, So yesterday's high in this thing was 119.41. Prior day 119.29. It's maybe you want to keep an eye on next couple of days. You know, that $5 a big psychological number. So if you can get back through that. All right, let me take a look around here. And this QBTS, I think I'm just going to have to hang around this thing until possibly it'll set up for, a move on Tuesday. Just just nothing happening today. Qs are coming off a little bit. So SMCI is active today, huh? It's a pretty good volume. Keep an eye on that one. If any follow through gets back above that 50. Yeah, plug does have a decent short float. Well, Robinhood's really been the blah stock, with along with the other technology stocks. Take a look at Hive. Another one doesn't look bad. Cipher. I just think Amazon's going to kill numbers, man. The problem is they'll probably blow out numbers, but then they'll have something bad to say about their AI technology or something. So, well, I nibbled on Amazon just to have it on my blotter because it's really in no man's land. There's that ARRY alert. It's going to do a sneak attack. The call today was above 1031. I've been known to cheat a little bit, but you'd really like to see some volume. Otherwise, you're just chasing green bars, and that's going to potentially get slapped right back down. Not something I typically want to enter on a Friday afternoon. Doesn't mean it can't go, but there you go, 3 sharp. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm mad about myself. The last few days. I mean, I haven't been getting killed or anything, but just had some profits and didn't take them, and they come right back down. Next thing you know, you're getting out for a small loser or whatever. But especially in this market, I mean, especially if you're trading technology stocks, the queues have just been sucking. And when you get your move, you better ring the bell. I like to say that doesn't mean I'm not saying on all technology stocks, but yep, it's it's easy to do, especially when you first get started, which is not a bad thing when you first get started, because what you really want to do is see some profitable trades. Uh, and then, once you've been at it for a while, you're right, to sell half and see if you can, let the other half work. That's why a lot of times you look at my blotter and you're going to see realized on there, a lot of realized like this, uh, Plug, Intel, Tesla. I'm always banging some out and trying to keep a core position. That array. Yeah, yeah, totally. Day trading is so much different than swing trading, but the same concepts can apply. As far as uh, emotions, taking profits, but it's definitely different when you're talking about swing trading. SMAR is kind of getting tasty looking again. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, when they're working for you, yeah, just go ahead, hold on to them. I don't have one that. Well, I guess I've been in Tesla for a while, but that was a painful drop. I gave back some profits, then I bought some more lower. And anyway, INOQ is not pulling back now. I know they try to pin these things sometimes around numbers, but if IONQ breaks out of this range right here, that QBTS may just want to follow. And there she goes. Let's see if there's anything to it. It's Regretty doing, and it's kind of, yep. But I just, if it wasn't option expiration, I would be more excited 3 sharp. But I just know how they. Now that'll if INOQ for any reason stays firm and keeps going, that would give me a lot more confidence coming into next Tuesday on that QBTS. Let's see, IONQ's up 8%. This one is up 3. It's a tough one to buy because really the breakout's not. You got to get way up here. Around the 30, 31.50 level. So, and I guarantee you, a lot of people bought highs right here, thinking it was going to go and get slapped back down. Just yeah, and that doesn't mean they can't still go run. It's not like they're going to sit down here, in a tight range until year 5 and all of a sudden shoot up 300 or 400%. But I mean, most of these are scalpers for me. I don't, I don't back pocket, these stocks like this. Okay. IBIT is now, tomorrow's going to probably go to highs. Mr. Barry.
Yeah, there's a term I hadn't heard before. I don't back pocket. Shove it in your back pocket and like tuck it away. Okay. Never heard that before. It was stocks.
Oh, yeah, with
Learn
stocks,
something
yeah.
new every day. Every day. That's hilarious.
Oh.
So I guess I'll take over from you now if you'd like.
All right, Barry. Well,
yeah, thanks so much.
let's see.
Again, all you
I
guys
guess do we have games tomorrow?
Oh yeah,
we shouldn't we?
We've got the 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. So we have the
That's
Bears
what I
and
thought.
Rams
Yeah,
tomorrow,
yeah. Oh, that's
and
nice.
Seattle, the evening game. So and then the
Oh,
other games,
nice.
Patriots and what? No, I'm wrong. We've got 2 tomorrow and 2 on Sunday. All I know is Seattle plays tomorrow night. That's my game. So that's all I
Oh
care about.
man, yeah.
Yeah,
But
I think
cool, man. They
it's
give me
yeah.
something to do. It's going to be a cold day here tomorrow, so yeah, give me something to cut the fireplace on and watch some football, man.
Relatively speaking,
My
a
wife.
cold day for you. What's
Well,
cold for you?
yeah. Well, I think. I think it's high 40, low 24. So that's
All right.
cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
and you're in
yeah,
Texas. Oh,
yeah. I
okay.
know. It's
Okay.
it's
Well, that's
rare.
cool. Yeah.
We get those
Yeah.
occasionally. Yeah, and they don't last long. Yeah, unless
Yeah.
it's a polar vortex. Man, that was wicked.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. That was
Do
a
you remember
few
that?
years ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was
Yeah.
like Austin. Austin was colder than Anchorage, Alaska during that period.
That's crazy. We've had
Isn't that crazy?
we've had a very mild winter up here in Vancouver. No snow at all so far,
Oh,
and
really?
not one day below freezing. So
Oh,
yeah, it's about
wow.
40
On
degrees, which I
average,
know
how many snows do you get a year?
in Vancouver.
Yeah.
It doesn't snow very much because it's on the coast, so it doesn't really
Yeah,
snow
that's
very much.
true.
So
It's kinda like
last
Seattle,
year
isn't
we
it?
might have had 2 different days where it snowed, but it was gone within 2 or 3 days. So it
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
last. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's like it didn't happen. But
It's like it
we get a
didn't
lot of
happen.
misty rain. Yeah, well, like it didn't
Oh, yeah.
happen. It's like
Mhm.
so. Yeah, so it's been very mild here. So anyway, well, do you want to ask? I don't know. Net Trade wants your take on AAOI. I don't know if you want to help him or not, or this is Net Trade just
Sure, I'll
popped
help
in.
him.
Sure, why not?
AAOI? Uh, yeah, not bad. I mean, you're kind of, in no man's land, but yeah, that's a tough one, because I always say let it break out of this area. That's the Barry type trade. For swing trading, I don't like chasing. In other words, if it got up there in the next couple of days, now I'm looking at 4 bars. Yeah, that's just not my style. Now, what I may do is something like this: if you get a pullback to the moving averages, maybe nibble. It's kind of like what I'm doing with Amazon right now. Just establishing a small position on a pullback instead of chasing it up here at 250. But it depends on how you're trading that trade. If you're a swing trader or a day trader, but I don't like chasing. Some people will buy all time highs and with
Like me.
10% stop. Sean, remember Sean? Sean's that way. He'll put 20% stops on stocks.
Sean, really? 20% stops. 20%.
Yes,
Just
20. He'll
wow.
put a 20% stop because he's looking for like 100% gain over 2 or 3 years.
Oh, I see. So he's okay. So he's truly long term, but he's
He
option
definitely
player, right?
long. Yeah,
You're
he
talking about
can't
Sean,
even.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
He's an
As
option
long
player
as
though.
it's. I shouldn't say he 20 if that's the breakdown, but in other words, he may look at a weekly versus a daily like we look at, He'll look
Right.
at a
Okay.
weekly chart and see where it breaks down versus looking at a daily.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mhm.
All
I
right. Well,
can't do
hopefully
that,
that
man.
satisfied. No, well, I don't do it at all. I don't look.
No.
I don't look past a 1 minute chart. I'm kidding a little bit, but
Yeah, I hear you, man.
All
I
right,
hear
my
you.
friend. Well, listen. Have
All
a great
right.
weekend, and
All
we'll see
right,
you next
Barry.
week.
You do the
Okay.
same. Everybody have a
Okay.
great weekend. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So I'm back. back in both rooms now, and just a couple other things I have to do. Back in both rooms, music's going, announcements gone. I saw pizza showing up in the scan. But did not really continue down that much. Yeah, so as we head into the long weekend, we may start to see, well, probably a big slowing down. Let's take a look at the SPY and the volume. For those of you who look at the more macro. So yeah, so we're at 42 million right now, and we only have 3 hours left. Volume yesterday was 77 million. It's possible. Now, VOR just showed up. VOR just showed up. It definitely has some room. I have a feeling that actually the spread isn't terrible. 1556, 1565, not terrible. It's taken out yesterday's high. The next high looking left is 15. Okay, so it's above that high. So the next high looking left is 1680. So there is certainly room for this one. Relative volume is very low, but it's just the volume is just kind of picking up now. The relative volume kind of scares me a little bit. I may eat my words on this one because it's starting to rip a little bit now. VOR. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, this is the don't repeat version of the scan. It's the VOR. 1560 was the alert. And of course, here's the repeatable version. So it's up to 1574, got up to 1574. Just not wild about the relative volume. What do I think about VERO? Well, it's had a pretty hefty pullback. But it's still above the VWAP. It has not really challenged the VWAP. So, to me, if it got over 10 again, it might you might get some enthusiasm back. But the volume the volume has been dwindling. You just look at my 2-minute chart. You see how the volume is dwindling. So you want to get some volume coming in. So maybe, I don't know. I mean, maybe a pop over 10 might get it running again for a while. High was up here at 13, and it got down to 864. So, pretty hefty pullback from the high to the low. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:08. So may only have a little less than an hour. I'll always stay later if there are questions. So one last look for the week at my homepage and the information you can find on it. All right, so clicking on my homepage link. So we do have a little promo on right now. You can get 22% off the first month only or the entire year of whatever subscription you take, either premium or standard. Okay. But remember, again, if you take out a monthly subscription, you're getting 22% off the first month only. First month only. Now, I ask, use my code if you're going to take out a subscription in the future. Helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and also the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now and you want to come into a more active room, this is it. You can come in. It's free. Same thing. Okay. This room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking to get a little more involved in the pre-market, depending on the time zone you're in, you can come into this room. Again, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I'm not on the mic. I'm not sharing my screen, but Obi does open it. But there's plenty of conversation. Okay, and then even when I leave, as I said, maybe between 2 and 2:30 today, depending on how many questions I get. William, I didn't see. Did you indicate how late you might keep the room open? Is it like 3:30? I think typically you're doing it around 3:30 on Fridays. 3:30-ish. Okay. So even when I leave, this room will be open till about 3:30-ish. Most of the time the room is open from quarter to seven, quarter 6:45 to 3:45. And I think when we get into earning season in a big way, sometimes this room will be open to 4. So education. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit till you get to the education section. As always, first thing you must do, these are 12 short videos. You must do this first, okay, just to get you started. That's why we call it getting started. You're not going to become an expert at Trade Ideas after watching these 12 videos, but at least it'll give you an idea about what, all the important aspects of the program. And that also leads me into my next topic. If you're not a subscriber, you can always take a look starting from the second video on. That should give you an idea about whether this is something that you might want to try, at least for a month. You can always unsubscribe. The monthly, the subscriptions are just month to month if you take out a monthly subscription. So you can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them, if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I am sharing and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and here they are. Here's the information that I'm currently sharing. What you can actually see on this monitor, this is the large cap gainers right here. The movers to the upside, movers to the downside is right here. This will give you some very active stocks, the VEROs and things like that. Some very active stocks will be in here. Pulse resumes is down here. But as you can see, I do have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. So if you have any questions about these, you can ask, of course, or anything else trade ideas related. Well, Lunar had a nice run today. I think yeah, a little pullback here, but what a nice run. Have you been watching TCOM, William? When it got hammered down a couple of days ago, it's having a little bit of a pop. This came under the scrutiny of the Chinese regulators. Okay, guys, I'm just checking some of my thumbnail charts, my other monitors, see if there's anything potentially interesting happening. NRG, energy, it's way, I am familiar with that one. It's going to be way outside the price range. Let's take a look at what happened for you. Yeah, 149 up to almost 151. All right, TSSI. This is just showing up now. And the next high on a weekly chart, wow, way up here is 17 something, 1740. So, I mean, it's got room, definitely has some room. TSSI, of course, on a monthly chart, the same thing, ton of room. Weekly chart, I wonder where on something like this, I want to back it out. So that's the same high basically on not quite the same high on the week, but ton of room on the daily chart also for TSSI. And let's take a look. Relative volume, pretty good. Spread's a little, I mean, it's not terrible. 8 cents, not terrible, but you can see the volume coming in. TSSI, you can see it coming in. All right, guys. Well, things have slowed down for me. Well, let's take a look at THH. Yeah, I probably not. Oh, you guys! Wow, what a drop! 78% Japanese stock. Now this maybe a late dayer, maybe. Okay, I mean the SHPH. There was a reentry at 170. Maybe. I mean, it's at the high of what 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, which is 191. It's at that high. If it takes that out, I mean, obviously it's got some room. So maybe a late dayer, the low, low, low float. Not a ton of volume. Well, 1.9 million. A lot of times you see these low, low floaters. I mean, it's trade, they're trading 20, 30, 40 million shares. So if it were, it'd be up more like 50 or 60%. Volume is starting to come in though, a little bit. What do they do? Clinical stage pharmaceutical company which engages in the development of novel therapies for cancer. Okay. What's the market doing? So really nothing. Qs are down a smidge, the SPY's up a smidge, and the Dow is, basically flat. So the market's not doing over the big, if you're following this stuff. Boy, I even missed this one. There was a reentry for SMCI at 31.48 before it pulled back. It got up to put on a dollar from there, got up to 32.48. The only one that really hasn't moved is the KOPN from the reentry. All right, guys, rapid microbiosystems. Look at this one. The RPID is having a pop here. RPID having a pop. Terrible spread. 392.409. Terrible spread for a $4 stock. I don't see any. I mean, saw some. This is 4:34 in the morning. Interesting. There are shares available to short. Interesting. At Interactive Brokers, plenty of them. 4 million, 2 million. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, there are shares available. Problem is the spread. I mean, the spread, if it really, I mean, it's not bad right now, but if it really widened again, well, the VERO guys is challenging 10 now. VERO is challenging 10, VERO. Little challenge here. You can see how it's just kind of been meandering a bit. Didn't somebody say this had been announced before? Well, that was after hours. Okay, this is this morning. I'm seeing this headline this morning. This was after hours. At 5 o'clock yesterday. The same one, same press release. So they happened this morning also. That's for the VERO. Wow, after yesterday's big day, look at Cracker Barrel. Had a fantastic day. I call it fantastic when a stock has a big move, but also closes near the high. and that's what it did. It closed right near the high of the day. But starting to give it up now. CBRL, a break under 34. But what was the low yesterday? 33.22. So you know what? I mean, there's a little bit of room underneath still. I'm looking at yesterday's low. Dividend is announced, 25 cents a share. That was this morning. Before I took my break, I know that I saw that Birkenstock was down. Very close though, Ahmed. I mean, it's so close still. 991. William, in your scan, did you seem to think that later in the day it wasn't as powerful? Or I mean, I can see that just because, of course, a lot of the big moves are going to happen in the first couple of hours. Definitely weak on Fridays. Okay. Well, I wonder what sort of week this one will have next week, the USAR. You can kind of see on the monthly chart, just sort of getting into these highs here around 19. Well, it's at 1770 right now, but you can kind of see that if it can somehow take out 19 next week, obviously it could have a bit of a run. Weekly chart, the same sort of thing. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert, just around 19 to see if it gets there next week. Probably not going to happen. Well, I very much doubt it's going to happen today. But you can just see on a weekly chart, we have a high, and sort of this week's high and last week's high, right around the 19 level. And that's for the USAR. Why do they even bother? OVLY, this is an earnings play today. 7,000 shares have traded, which is 1.8 times normal. Why do they even exist? Well, you know what? I doubt if I'm going to do anything new. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to start looking at some of the alerts we had from the scan. Obviously, I like the PL. Right, you see, right now the relative volume is very low. but that SBLK, it's going to be hard to figure out, what makes a stock keep going. Obviously, the room looking left can help. The SMCI was awesome. If you had shorts available, THH was awesome. I think it might be more of a time thing too. The lunar was awesome. This is silver. So, I mean, this is completely, even the SVM, look at that, 1048. And that 1099 now. You know what? There are some really good ones right off the bat, like, in the first 5 minutes, probably. The RDW, this is the original alert, okay? 1132. So before it pulled back at all, it got up to almost $1. FLNC 2631. Wow. See, I might have to just start looking at these. Unity 4602. Wow. So this one didn't do it. Okay. So that did not move. Mara 1119. I mean, it got up to 1157. These are all these are all the alerts in the first 5 minutes of the scan. Remember, I delay for 15 minutes before I get any alerts on purpose. I'm not saying you take every one of them, but what I'm trying to look at here is in the first maybe the first 10 minutes or so, really got to pick a couple. This one did not. Also wondering about a price range, getting rid of anything under $10. Oh, Cypher, what a great move. SKM, are you still in the room? That one did not move. CNK, Serve. Let's see what Serve did from 1524. That did not move. So, we're out. So we're at 10 minutes now. But of course, then the awesome short for ONS. Now, there weren't very many shorts. This one was not shortable for me. The awesome short for ONDS. Has it bounced at all? Yeah, it's come all the way back. Wow. It's a would have been a great double trade, short and then long, ONDS. Sort of interested in this one, the BWin. It didn't really do much. Okay, guys. Now Birkenstock making another new low here. This might be interesting to me. What are we talking about in a monthly? 38. I wish I had more room. The monthly low is 38, but it's now making another new low, VIRK. Yeah, I'm glad I backed off the TSSI. I mean, it looked great. I mean, lots and lots of room on the daily and the weekly and the monthly, but I didn't like the spread. I I said keep an eye on the silvers. AG, I mentioned that one, and HYMC. If silver has a recovery, and you know, well, maybe somebody just remembered that I said that because look at silver, look at Pablo. I'm going to look at HYMC, and it was just really just a matter. AG may be a little bit better, a little steadier, with just a matter of having SLV. Yeah, remember it was down 5% at one point. Now it's only down 2.6%. So it did have that a little bit choppy though, a little bit choppy. AG was a lot better. So nowhere near as choppy. Yeah, this is well to use your phrase. This is yes, it's been as weak as dirt. Every time it looks like it might be consolidating and maybe getting right for a little pop. There was a consolidation there, consolidation here. It's consolidating, but nobody wants nobody wants it yet. Yeah, well, you're right about the VERO now. The VERO really struggled to get through 10. I mean, it did get up to 10, about 10.20 or so, but it didn't last long. And now that looks maybe that it's over for the day. I wonder why Ryan and Mara are having decent days. I mean, this is massive. Oh, so there is actually news for this one. Riot, okay. So actually news in this one. Scores with the data center leads to AMD. The stock is surging. Okay, so that's the reason because Bitcoin is really doing nothing. So both Mara and Riot. Mara does not have the same news, but it's being tugged along. No, no. In fact, they won't even try to find them. It's the big red announcement on the THH. The big red, yeah, not available for short sale. We won't even try to find them for you. I think Riot is the only one that had specific news to it, but, this is up 12.8%, yeah. So it's even more than, Riot, I think. No, about the same, 14%. Mara's lagging a little bit, down up only 8%. All right, guys, I got about 20 minutes left unless there are some questions, so I don't know what I'm gonna do on that scan because, I mean, I can't up the relative volume. A lot of these ones that are moving are, they don't have, like, incredible relative volume, and I wanna see these. So what am I going to do? Maybe take a look at the, 10-day. You know what? I better do something else here. I'm just gonna back test this for fun. I haven't back tested in so long. That's pretty ugly. This guy said he back tested it and got 67% winners or something like that. Let's take a look at it. I wanna see the time. Nah, that's why I don't back test. You too, Faith. I know I will. Try this again. Oops, not this one. Give me a moment. Yeah, even uglier. Okay, forget that. See how back testing can be kind of fun, but you got to fiddle around with the stats. Yeah, there's silver right at the top here, SVM, silver core metals. Now that is almost look how narrow the wave is. I mean, it's almost too narrow because you're getting some piercings, but I mean, that is so narrow, especially from here on. That little buy flag. Look at that. Keeps you in the trade. All-time high. SVM all-time high. Headquartered in my home, well, my current home. I got grief for it, saying my hometown. My current home of Vancouver. What is the limit? What is the limit of the number of hashtags you can use in social settings for Twitter? I have zero idea. Stocks unhinged. Stocks unhinged. Zero idea. Sorry. I'll ask the question. Maybe somebody in the main room knows. What is? I have a question in our YouTube room. What is the limit of the number of hashtags you can use in social settings for Twitter? I have no idea, but I'll put the question out. Somebody might know. Well, maybe you've answered your own question. If you have 5 and it won't let you add anymore, maybe you've answered your own question. I have no idea. I don't use, well, you know what? Just give me a moment.
Technically, there is no hard limit on the number of hashtags you can include in a post, other than the character count. Standard users, 280 characters. X Premium users, up to 25,000 characters. While one source suggests a technical cap of 50 hashtags, you would likely run into spam filters or character.
I mean, that's from Gemini, so I don't know. Oh, you're talking about from us, literally from us. Oh, I have no idea. Oh, well, maybe that's it. I thought you were talking about from within. I have no idea. I see what you're talking about now. Active hashtags. No idea. Never. I'm sorry. I thought you were literally talking about within Twitter and not. I have no idea. Never have I used this. Yeah, maybe ask. Active hashtags I see are 4 here, default 4. So what did you try to do? Add one more, well, add one and then try to add the sixth one and it wouldn't take it? Because if it didn't do it, then I guess that's it. I guess it's 5. Okay. Well, it doesn't appear to be 6. Oh, it keeps automatically closing. So what are you saying? If I save it, it's not going to. Well, I don't know what you mean then. Not for me. I just try. I've never done this. Okay, never have I done this. I just did. Are you not watching? I just did. I added 2, Tesla and Spy. So now we're at 6. I saved it, and they appear to be here. The whole window close. When you say the whole window closes, I mean, I'm not sure I know what you mean. I'll save it. Cancel. You might have to ask some. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Pepe. I don't know if you know. I've never used it. So they're still here. Okay, I'll add a few. Oh, Tesla disappeared. You're right. Tesla disappeared. So I guess you only have 5. Okay, I don't know if it's a bug, but maybe they're just a limitation. Okay. I mean, I can't answer that. So if you want to go to info@trade-ideas.com, you're the first person. I didn't even know we had that option. Okay, and you can ask the question. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I had Tesla in here, and when I close the window and then open it again, it's not there. No, if they do that, then really? Well, you can start it off by saying, I asked Barry, he doesn't know. I mean, I can ask, I mean, in our Slack thread and see if anybody, I almost guarantee nobody has, probably nobody at Trade Ideas has actually used this. Okay, if it's no big deal, I won't ask. Okay. You're welcome, JV. You know what? I think you asked a question before and I forgot to answer it. You're talking about some some flags. I don't know if you're still care. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, Pepe. I used the $ instead of the hashtag. Okay. Well, let's try it again. Okay. Hashtag Tesla. So are you saying that you cannot do what I'm doing? I mean, you can do it, but it's not saving it. Okay, I just did. So I added some more. This time I put the hashtags in. I'll cancel out or X out. It's kind of weird how I don't get the save. It looks like, yeah, I might get booted out now. Okay, now. Take a look at it now. Tools. Options. Okay, they're all here still. I added Tesla and NVDA. Okay, you see what I did though? I added NVIDIA. Maybe you can't see, but I did add NVIDIA, NVDA right there. I saved it and then but it doesn't want to cancel. I have to sort of exit out, but I'm afraid I'm going to get booted out of the program. But when I go back, tools, options, social network, it's there. So I don't know what's happening with you. Well, there's a first time for everything. You're the first person to ask that question to me anyway. Yeah, I don't know why you're not able to add. What was your question, JV? I'm sorry. What was your question again, though? Something about the flags, buy and sell flags, or something else. But what about them? How do you get them? If you're asking, can you get a scan that's going to show them? No, if that's your question. Maybe it's the version of Trade Ideas. Of course, I'm on a development version, so okay. Let's see. Okay, that was an old. Okay, when you see a buy flag or a sell flag on a daily, weekly, or monthly chart, so like you've seen with the UNR, that means it was an AI alert. Oh, you don't get them. Oh, that's lunar. It's not UNR. It's lunar. Probably just an option. Show AI trades. Okay. If you right click, do you have if you right click on the excuse me, if you right click on the chart and you go to properties and you see where it says show AI trades, that's probably all you have to do. Okay, so right click and go to properties. Box pops up and show AI trades. It's probably unchecked. Because I unchecked it, I don't get the flags either. But if I check it, you should get these. So I don't understand your question. So what did you do? You took a screenshot from me, and then that's what you're showing me, but you're not getting the buy and the sell flags or the buy flags? Shouldn't matter what version of Trade Ideas you're on because this has been around forever. Your daily chart is big enough. I mean, I'm not going to, obviously if you had it, well, even then you should see something. How can that be? Right click, properties. This is just a toggle on and off. Show AI trades. I uncheck it. They disappear. Right click, properties, show AI trades. I check it and then they appear. Really? You don't see them either, Peter C. It shouldn't matter what version of Trade Ideas you're on because we've had this forever. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're getting these buy and sell flags, which is nothing to do with this. These are previous AI alerts. So on that day right there, whatever time that was, it's hard for me to read because the box, my pointer is covering it up, but it tells you what the alert price was, where it got out, and all that. I have no explanation for that. Well, on a 2-minute chart, you won't see it, Peter. So if you're talking about these buy and sell flags, I can tell you right off the bat, if you're talking about these buy and sell flags that I have on my intraday chart, I can show you how you can add those. It's usually not, it's not going to be there the day of, except the only thing is though, it was an alert yesterday, so it should be there. You won't see it on the day of. I know it's an AI alert today also. You won't see it on the day of. Like the bar has to, well, it's just the way it works, but you should see all the previous ones. And 100%, Now, let me do one other. Let me do one thing here. Okay, that's the reason. That's the reason, I guess. You're using, for whatever reason, it's, yeah, now I remember. Thank you, Pepe. Now I do remember. It was just crazy, isn't it? Because they want us to use the HTML charts. So that's the reason, okay? If you uncheck use browser interface, okay, you'll see the buy flag. But if you're going to use the browser interface, which is what the company wants you to do, you, for whatever reason, it's not showing up. So I don't know. I do recall now. This has been an ongoing issue. I don't know if we can call it a bug, but that's the reason. Okay, JV, that's the reason. Now, the reason I would always see, because I don't use the browser interface on my higher timeframes ever. And the only reason I don't is because I like to hover over the bar so I can see very quickly what the high and low, as opposed to having to do this and sort of double left clicking. Yeah, and then a box pops up. I don't like that. I just like seeing it up here automatically. Okay, so that's why I don't use the browser interface charts on the higher timeframes. Because again, I just like to be able to go to the candle and look up, and I can see. Those dang browser charts, yeah. Well, that was a heck of a short. I don't know if this was available too. So GMAB was available to short for me. The alert came in at 33.82, and we're now at 31. Wow, that was a big miss. There's a late dayer that was a big miss. Spread is not terrible, a dime for that stock is not terrible. A lot of shares available, almost 1 million at Interactive Brokers. And now it's halted. Let's see where it could open. If anybody took this one, let's see where it could open. Oh, it just opened, I guess. Yeah, just resumed. So where it was halted at 34.22. So it opened at 33.85. Really? And now it's down to 30. Boy, there's some news came in. So I'm seeing this in my news headline. So I don't know if that means that AbbVie has a rival drug. No, or these results weren't great. AbbVie announces, I know it's AbbVie, but easier to say AbbVie. Yeah, so it didn't, and there's their partner working to assess. Must be their partner in this, right? So that's the reason. Shoot. Because we could have got into this fairly easily at 33, maybe not quite at 33.82, but certainly within 20 or 30 cents, I bet. That would have been one of the best ones of the day. Now, of course, you're looking for a bounce, and I'm not. Though you may not have done that because of the news. Yeah, because of the news, yeah. But if you had not seen the news, I guess it's possible you might have taken that on a bounce. It came in your scan anyway, but with the news, yeah, that would be a a tough one to take on the bounce. Yeah, it was a news. Oh, you're right. It was extraordinary events. You're right. It was not interesting that even though it was extraordinary events, which is news, not volatility, it did open 5 minutes later. That's pretty interesting. How do you get rid of the volume on my weekly chart? Okay, so you're talking about the volume bars, Brian. This is in our YouTube room, Brian Mary Photography. Are you talking about these bars here as an example? Okay. Yeah, so on any chart, I'll use the 5 minute, but I mean it's the same, on the weekly. Well, I'll go on the weekly. Right click, go to indicators. Okay, right click on your chart, go to indicators. Okay, and you see where it says edit. Hopefully you see that where it says edit, and then you can just right there you highlight that and remove. So if you had other indicators here, but in this case I only have volume. So if I wanted to get rid of it, I just highlight it, left click on it to highlight it, and then remove it. Did that work for you? Were you able to follow? If not, I'll do it again. So again, right click on the chart, click on indicators, and then just where it says edit. And if you had a bunch of different indicators, then you would just highlight the one you want to get rid of, left click on it. So it's already highlighted, and then you just remove it. Did that work? Okay, good. Don't forget to save your work, okay? Don't forget to save your work. Even though that might look like a minor change, save your layout so that when you save your layout, then the change will be remembered. So again, guys, I will hang around for questions. I mean, those are good questions because, it's so simple once you know how to do it. But if you don't know how to do it, it's like trying to climb Mount Everest. Like, where are you going to find that information? Maybe using Gemini? Probably. Okay. Are you talking about, okay, so are you talking about this? You are okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything. Let me see if I can enact it here. You're talking about a crawl that'll give you some information. Yeah, like block trade. Okay. So first of all, are you using the browser interface charts? Like, yeah, it's the alerts ticker. But I just want to know if you're using the. Okay. Okay, if you right click, I don't know if it's the same. I think you have to be using browser interface charts to get those. So you see the three dots up here, though, the three little dots. You've got those three little dots. All you have to do is get rid of. That's probably checked. It says display alerts on charts. Okay. Yeah, so he must have the HTML charts. Okay, so if you go to if you can see what I'm doing, see the three little dots that I'm pointing at, the top, sort of the top right of the chart. If you click on that, you have some options. One of them is display alerts on charts. That's what's happening. So now you start to get a little crawl like that. Okay, like that. That's what you're talking about. So if you don't want those, which I don't, you just you go back to the three little dots. Now, and then just uncheck display alerts on charts. Okay, on chart. Just uncheck that and then they'll disappear. Now, make sure your chart is big enough that you can see the three dots. See what I'm doing? So if your chart is small, you can't even see those three dots. So you have to at least have your chart big enough so you can see the three dots. Are we good? Close. We're close. Okay. As long as you can see the three dots, then you just click on it and just uncheck the display alerts on chart. What I'm pointing at. Okay, good. So the same thing though. Don't forget to save your work, okay? So it's not so much that you wanted to get rid of the volume bar. You just wanted to get rid of the crawl that was underneath it. So you can add it back. You know how to add it back? If you took it, did you remove the volume? Do you want to add it back? Or did you not remove it? So do you know how to add it back? Okay, good. All right, guys, another late breaker here. CWEN. CWEN is showing up in the scan, but let's take a look at what sort of room it has. 3615, and the next high looking left is around 3668. So there's there's a little bit of room. Spread's not terrible. Some volume came in. That's what the scan is all about. You typically will not get an alert unless you get some a big volume burst. At least you shouldn't. So I don't know if you're anybody into a late day trade. I mean, it's over the whole number, and it has a little bit of room to that high. Call that 3670. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that's the high of a few weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, it's bounced off $8. You're right, JVia. It bounced off $8 and now tacked on $1.50. Again, can it take out 10? And we're talking about the VERO, VERO. Oh, I see. I see what you mean now. Sorry, William was trying to follow this. So, okay, it was halted because of news here. Okay. And then what we say, extraordinary events means the coding is resumed, and then it did resume 5 minutes later. Okay. All right, guys, it's 2:15 now. Again, I'll hang around if there are questions. Okay, don't see any, so I think I'll wrap this up. So again, thanks for all the help all week long, as always. Remember, markets closed on Monday. So Obi will open the main room. Now, before I do that, for those of you who are on YouTube, we still want to, the main room will still be open until 3:30-ish. So another little over an hour. So for those of you who are still left in YouTube, if you want to head over to the main room, just click on my homepage link and scroll down. And when you see trading room, it's free. Same thing, it's free. There's a lot more activity in the room, okay? So you can head over there. So Obi will open this room Tuesday at 6:45 a.m. And again, this room will still be open until about 3:30 today. So have a great long weekend, everybody, and we'll see you Tuesday. Then I'll keep my layout still visible until 3:30. Now, when I say I've left for the day, you may see me doing some stuff, but I mean, I basically, so I mean, if I'm still hanging around, you see me, you can ask me a question, but basically I'm kind of gone, but I do want to do some stuff here. And YouTubers, I have to shut you down now.